We are live. Okay, I am trying to get this started up quickly. Okay. Hey, what's up, War Dog? Hey, babe, welcome. Good to see you. Hello. Alright, welcome, everybody. Took me a bit, but I got it fixed. Well, I say fixed, but I got it working. There's a lot of mods that I say a lot, but not really that many. Give me a second. Okay. Accidentally started a little bit sooner than I wanted to, but nevertheless, we are good. All right. So welcome, everyone. Tonight, we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy X. So, big news. I have some mods on. Mods that I have on are character model mods and visual upgrades. So what you're going to see is I actually replaced all the character models with the PlayStation 2 models. This will allow for them to have better tracking with their mouths and eyes.
Story.
As well as other visuals.
This may be our last chance.
So you'll notice I just turned this off, on, off, on. You're going to notice a lot of visual difference. So that is the reshader, which you just saw me turning off and on. And then the big changes is we changed all the character models for their PS2 models for better physics tracking for like mouth movement and eyes. As well as we also included some 8K mods for like the summons and a lot of other stuff like that. So throughout the playthrough, you're going to see a more sharper image for the game. Anyways, I'm happy to have you guys here. Welcome. It's nice to get started on this project because I'm looking forward to doing anything Final Fantasy moving forward. It took us a while to get here, but we're here. All right. So there was one that I was trying to mess around with. Oh, by the way, for those watching, this is our reshader tool. I might as well introduce you guys to the tools while we're at it. This is our reshader tool. Downloaded this on Nexus Mods. This has tons of options for us to upgrade, or I don't want to say upgrade, but for us to mess with settings in the game. I turned Bloom off because I don't like the visual effects and clutter it puts on the screen that you'll see kind of turning on and off in the background. So I turned Bloom off. Film grain is one I've been liking. The only problem I'm having with film grain, though, is that every scene it seems to, like, change. And I don't like the feeling of, like, having to constantly go in there and adjust it. Because, quite honestly, I feel like it added a really nice touch to the scenes, but I couldn't get it to work the way I wanted it to. It seems to work really well in darker environments, but as soon as you get into, like, lighter environments, it becomes a nightmare. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna leave that off. But anyway, this is our reshade tool. You'll see me messing with these settings possibly once or twice throughout the gameplay. In order to toggle them all on and off, all reshade off, it looks like this. All reshade on, it looks like this. So this is just to showcase the depth and the difference between what the reshade tool's doing versus what it's not doing. So this is it off. You can see it's a little bit flatter and blurrier. This is it on. You see it a lot sharper and more focused, and the colors are a little bit more saturated. Jackbox, you wanted purple, and what was the other color you wanted for the lettering? I think I messaged it to you, but it was like a bluish teal color. It was that greenish color. Sorry, it's really hard for me to click off screen right now, so that might be a question I have to answer later. In terms of like a text or something. But it's like a turquoise green. Yeah, you got turquoise. Yeah, it's something like that. You can't tonight. No, I won't be able to. But no, just again to showcase you guys before I get off topic. This is for our reshade. Now, if we're working on, we also got, if I can pull it up, I'm hoping it'll let me pull it up. Boom. This will pull up our dashboard for Untitled Project X. So in here, this is where I can change the language of the game from English to Japanese if I want to. We can do bindings, we can do speed boost settings, you know, talk about frame rate limiter, so on and so forth. And you can add just tons of stuff. I personally made it so it's borderless so I can click off screen. However, sadly, when I do, like, my mouse seems to go crazy. I wonder if there's a way I can turn that off. Oop. Yeah, I wonder if that will do anything. Oh, shit. Okay. Because if I press off screen, yeah, it automatically just presses up, which is very strange. I guess I'll turn those back on because I really don't know what that does, and I don't want to mess that up. Okay. No worries.
Can I have your autograph?
Of course.
So I just want to show you guys, like, if you look in the background, you can see the major difference when I turn these on and I turn them off. Like, here's them off. Here's them on. Here's them off. And here's them on.
Okay?
Huge difference in terms of, like, depth and sharpness, lighting, so on and so forth.
Fifth from the right.
Got it.
But yeah, I'm actually really excited to get into Final Fantasy X, honestly, because it's like, I don't know, I've tried a couple playthroughs a few years ago, but it's been a very long time since I've actually gotten through this game. So, it'll be nice for us to try to push through this.
Well, gotta go. Cheer for me.
2, 3.
Teach us how to blitz!
Hey, I got a game to play.
Then teach us after.
Maybe tonight, well...
You can't tonight.
You can't
I mean,
tonight.
tomorrow.
Promise?
Promise.
I love how the people in the background are just power pogging, like everyone's got their mouths open and shit. They're all just... How pleasant, you know what I mean? Goodness grace.
I was in a coffee shop running away from home when I heard the news.
I always
Hero,
love this
Jack,
opening.
Gone.
This
Vanished
guy's
in
always
thin
like,
air. My dad must have been
it's
his biggest fan.
man, everyone
I knew
loves
how
this
sad he'd be.
opening.
Heck, we all were that day. Zanara
If
said to
you're a
myself,
sports
"What are you
fan of
thinking?"
any sport, you'll really
I went running
appreciate
straight back
this.
home. We sat up talking about Jack all night. My dad and I never talked so much. Whoa. Didn't mean to reminisce, folks. Anyway, 10 years later, the Jack Memorial Cup tournament is today. The two teams that have won through to the finals are, of course, the Abes from A East and the Duggles from C South.
The Duggos.
I know there's a lot of people out there today to see the star of the Abes. In just 1 year, he's become the team's #1 player. He's Jack's blood and the new hope of Blitzball. What kind of super play will he show us today? Will we see his father's legendary shot?
I could have swore one of
I
these
don't
people
think I'm
gives
the
you
only
like
one
a
excited here,
potion,
folks.
right? Okay, I always like to wait till he's done talking, so I can be all like Duggos, and then he'll be like Duggos, and then I'll be all like Duggos, the Duggos, Duggos, Duggos. And then when I do some post-editing later, I'm gonna take what I just said right there and mash it up with what he said and make something weird out of it.
Make way, make way!
Oh my god.
Coming through, sorry.
Oh, I should also mention
Hey!
we
I'm
got
gonna
we got
Hey, let go of me!
8K cutscenes, FMVs injected into the game. Violently. Or wait, not 8K, 4K. Wait a second. Aw, dude. Anyone who was here for this when it first came out in the early 2000s, this was the moment we knew we were playing a PlayStation 2 and it was the next generation. I'll admit, anyone who wasn't hyped up by this when they first saw it, oh, dude, it's so good. Also, question, is the audio mixing good? I'm not too loud over the game, am I? Oh my god. I don't know many people in the world that didn't wish Blitzball was real. It's the same way that people wish Quidditch was real from Harry Potter. It's always awesome when a fantasy world somehow creates like some sort of a sport or a game within its world that excites people like in the real world to be like, oh man, I wish we had this. This is great. I don't know what that little lagging is right there. It wasn't doing that earlier. Holy smokes, what's all that about? I don't know why it lagged there for a second. I did a bunch of test plays earlier, so I don't know why it just did that. But anyway. But yeah, if they had this like in real life, I would totally buy tickets to go see this shit. I remember watching this with my mom for the first time just after the release. Oh man. I mean, I didn't watch it with anyone. I was alone when I first watched it. But I remember, like, you know, several other settings of, like, my brother and his friends, just tons of people seeing it, and everybody's just like, dude, this game just looks so good. Now, okay, I'll wait until they're done talking.
What are you doing here?
I was waiting.
What are you talking about?
So they recently released PlayStation 2 models for the game that you can put in that actually, like, allow for the eye and mouth tracking that everyone's been complaining about for ages. So those are the models that I'm using. So if you notice, Oron has a shorter haircut than he normally does. It's because in the PlayStation 2 version, he had shorter hair. They gave him like kind of longer, puffier hair in the HD remaster. So we replaced all of the main character models with the PS2 versions, but the PS2 versions have been upscaled so that they look more modern.
Huh?
My mom is the reason why I know and play Final Fantasy. Now that's really sweet.
It begins.
It's always very sweet when, you know,
Don't
parents
cry.
and kids can share something like that. Like, you know, whether it be a movie or a video game.
What the? Huh? Hey, wait!
I think we're off to a pretty solid start.
Hey, not this way.
Other than the choppiness in the first cutscene. My God. It's huge.
We called it sin.
Sin?
I appreciate that, man. That really means a lot. I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying my hardest. I think Resident Evil 2 went really well. I still have to edit some videos for it. But I think Resident Evil 2 went really well. Like, really, really well. I had a great time playing that.
Take it. A gift from Jet.
My old man?
My old man? Yes! The one who's responsible for your creation.
I hope you know how to use it.
Here, your dad left you this. It's a sword and a pack of cigarettes. Oh, great. Wait, actually, those cigarettes are mine.
These ones don't matter.
Oh,
We
my
cut
bad.
through.
Oren just shows up with like a bottle of alcohol and says, "Follow me," and everyone's like, "Wait a second." Literally, he's got just a jug of alcohol on his hip. Oh yeah.
Don't bother going after all of them. Cut the ones that matter and run.
So it's badass. Like, my favorite character in this game is Oron. He's like, I say Oron, but it's Orin or Oron, you know, however you like to say it. We could call it Titus, 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 however you guys want to roll with it. I personally like Titus, but I'm very well aware that it is, like, lore accurately referred to as Titus, but I definitely like Titus. I'm a Titus stan. Before it was like Titus, but whatever. Everyone's preferences are different. War Dog, that's violent. That's very violent. Bong. No, I hope everyone's having a good night tonight, though. This is
Wait to die.
This is definitely going good so far. I'm loving how this looks. This looks sexy. Look at that. Just a comparison real quick again. We turn that off and we turn it on. Ooh. Just the stars in the background. Oh, man. The way they just pop out. That's nasty. There we go. Perfection. Dang, I really suck at that lately. You've been addicted to a new game now? What game have you been playing? I know you've brought it up several times, like in several other streams, that you're playing Neverness to Everness, that boat game, and then something else. Yeah, Windrose. Yeah. Yeah, I've watched some people play that game. It looks pretty good. It's just not like my cup of tea at the moment. Perfection. That's fun. I didn't know it was multiplayer. Alright, perfect. Yeah, we're off to a solid kickoff.
What are you laughing at, old man? Lauren, let's get out of here.
We're expected.
Huh? Give me a break, man.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, I was watching that video. I don't know how I feel about that statement they made, because they still have 4 classes that they haven't released. And I thought the whole point of the game coming out was all classes will be released when the game's at 1.0. So I was curious to hear them say that when there's still 4 classes that haven't been released. Because I thought the original idea was all classes would be released, and then... Yeah.
This could be bad. That! Knock it down.
What?
Trust me, you'll see.
I guess that makes a... I guess that's a good point. I mean, it kind of just, like, gives people excitement for wanting to continue to play. I love how the obvious conclusion here is that we just need to slap the shit out of whatever this little guy is. And, you know, it's obviously going to save our lives. you know, nothing could possibly go wrong in this scenario. Just absolutely nothing. Oh, yes.
Sure. This is it. This is your story. It all begins here. Hey! Hey!
Just
My old man?
swimming around and slapping around while I'm rolling around and swimming around while the background's rolling around and just swimming like a big man, looking at my dad. He's got a plan. Understanding what life was like back
thought
when
about
I was
a lot of things.
little man.
Like where I was, what I got myself into. I started to feel lightheaded, and then sleepy. I think I had a dream. A dream of being alone. I wanted someone, anyone, beside me, so I didn't have to feel alone anymore.
We're making it happen.
Anybody there? Oren! Hey!
Bird's just sitting there honking and stuff while we're screaming in its ear. All right. It's time for us to go on our never-ending journey. Actually, maybe it does have an ending. I don't want to make it sound like it's infinite. But maybe in some contexts it is. I always liked this area as a starting area because it really kind of like paints this mental imagery that like you got swept away to a place that's abandoned and like you know, how do I put it? It gives you a sense of feeling like you don't know where you're at in the world. Let's see what we got. Do we got other data? We should have even more data. What? I was gonna say, there should definitely be more than that, but okay. Not bad. We got a general understanding. That gives us the ability to, like, decipher these hidden messages that are written in a different language. But yeah, what I like about this is this area, it kind of gives you this sense of, like, for instance, you know, this looks like a very long forgotten place that we're at. But where were we taken? Like, were we taken to, like, some neighboring city? Some forgotten temple? Holy smokes! It's Angry Strife. He's red. That's a big red boy over there. Look at that. I like that. In the land where something of light illuminates the blackened night. Oh, in the land where bolts of light illuminate the blackened night. With Makalania behind, the Bungar blank you blank. Look not on the left, but on the right.
What do we have here?
I might not be perfect, but I can decipher some of this stuff. In other words, in this one location, we need to go to a certain spot and look on the right. And there's something there waiting for us that'll be great. Now then, it's time for us to go through this area. No, yeah, what's up, Strife? Hope you're doing well. How's your night going? Oh boy. Hi, potion. And just for those entering, yet again, I just want to make a comparison here real quick. What it looks like with these post-processors off versus on. Just look at the difference in the stone right there. Just the rock, you can see it just looks a lot more granular. Ooh, it just looks purty. So purty. I think we're gonna do just fine. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add the JRPG tag to my stream. That's important. That is very important. There we go. Not bad. No, I always used to hate these underwater enemies because they would stress me out. I don't know why. Just any underwater enemies in general would stress me out. Oh boy. Do you have a fear of things underwater? Not sure. I don't think it's that. I think it's because in this game, they're just kind of annoying. Oh, boy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to look, you know, I'm not out here looking to fight things underwater either. I mean, you made a really good point. That was a really good point. All right. Wait. The Giasgano. Or the Giasgano. The Giasgano is maybe more like it. Let's just keep slapping him around. I'm sure we'll be fine. Oh. It's just interesting to me that this thing looks like a combination between like a lobster, a turtle, and like a skeleton zombie thing. My God.
I had made it out of the frying pan and into the freezer. I thought I was gonna die in this place.
They should never even let me do that. They should never even let me... Oh, no. Oh, no, guys. Oh. Fuck! Why would they let me do this? Why would they let me do this? What the fuck? Oh, hi, VR. How are you? This is why the PlayStation 2 era is considered one of the greatest eras of gaming. Oh no, he's tweaking. Yeah. They should have never allowed me. They should have never allowed me to discover that I can do that. Dilly-dally, shilly-shallying. It's great that Tifa said something that we're never gonna forget for the rest of our lifetimes. I enjoy your boast. I enjoy that you're beating Final Fantasy 16 with nothing but the starting sword.
Cold. Need fire.
Need. Yeah. All right, take it easy, VR. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, man. It's good seeing you, buddy. You get some good rest. Dun-dun-dun. Look at that guy. Hey, you take it easy, you little fella. You take it easy. I see you down there enjoying yourself. I see you down there enjoying yourself. I see you down there. Guys are riling me up. He said it. He said the thing. He said the thing. But. Oh, well, hello there, obvious thing from the PlayStation 2 that provides what would be considered a context clue. I feel like I accidentally turned the HUD off. Did I turn the HUD off? I did turn the... Oh. I didn't know it was a hide HUD feature. Dude, my context clue is so huge right now. Just for everyone's knowledge who's entering tonight, we replaced all character models with the PlayStation 2 models. So that means all the main cast's models are the PS2 variations. And yes, they do the mouth and eye tracking properly. And they've been upscaled so they don't look awkward and blurry.
I need food.
So you'll notice that the
do you
characters got a
want?
lot more expressions when they talk.
It was a bad call. Your team lost because of you.
You came to say that?
It's been 10 years. I thought you'd be crying.
Who, me?
You cried.
Yeah, you cried. You cried, you little bitch. You little bitch. That's like what that kid was saying to him. That's like early's 2000 bullying, like just like an 8-year-old coming up to you and be like, "Yeah, you bitch.
Hey,
You were crying."
Don't go
Everyone's
out
like,
on me.
everyone's like, "Now that's toxic masculinity."
Nah, just hold on. I'll get more wood.
Oh, great. Oh, wow. You must be Edward Scissorhands' father. Oh. Well, I guess I deserved that. Can you imagine if we were playing the Sin Unleashed mod and I already just got smacked? And I was just dead in one hit? You guys remember those good old days? Holy shit!
on my side? Cool.
Oh yeah, you can already tell the character models look way better. Because outside of the main polygons for like the actual models themselves, the hair textures have also been replaced with the PlayStation 2 hair textures. And they look nice. Also, again, with the post-processing off, boom. With the post-processing on, boom. For those of you that are entering the stream, this is the difference we're dealing with here. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Gives you guys a little bit more depth. You know? Nice and washed out versus boom, it feels like life. Like a real life scenario. You stole a grenade. No. Didn't steal anything. And his father, who was Freddy Krueger, who also had scissor hands. My God, I never considered that. You stole a grenade. I'm not using these grenades, I'm stacking them up. Couldn't steal anything. You stole a grenade. No, 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 no. You know that there is a mod online on Nexus Mods for replacing the Final Fantasy X battle theme with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth's battle theme? And I'm like... I read it to myself, and I kind of cringed for a moment, because I'm like, dude, I don't want to be playing this and hear, like, operatic levels of, like, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth music. It's just... It would feel so out of place, and, like, it kind of gave me the ick. And then I really thought about it for a second. I was like, wow, that really, like, actually bothered me more than I thought it would. Seeing that that could exist in this game. Who are you?
Phew. That was close.
No, don't power pog. We're not out of shit just yet.
Hey, let me go.
What is this? A fiend in human disguise. Something, something, something. Something, we kill it. Wait, no, don't kill it. What if it is a human? Well, what would they come here in something about death? I forbid it. I think that he's not a bitch. I don't know. I'm interpreting as best I can, guys. Fuck. Right in the fucking nuts. Just fucking knocking everybody out and screaming in a foreign language. Can't be doing that. Wait, guys. Also, all sounds and music are just Titus laughing. Oh, man. Is there a mod for that? Is there an actual mod for that?
Hey, that hurts. Whoa. Okay.
teach him, I think. They want him
whatever.
to swim.
Tuli Hood Kabeg?
Do you not speak?
I said I don't understand.
Fed! He said you can stay if you make yourself useful.
See, he thought...
You understand me?
See, brother thought we were...
All right, I'll work.
You know what I mean. Brother thought we were stupid. Brother was like, this guy doesn't even know how to speak. What are we gonna do?
What's this? Some kind of crane?
No.
Rahui! Kadya Vijavonu strana!
All right. You don't have to shout.
Brother agrees. That's not the official crane.
Oh, almost forgot.
Using the sphere grid, we're gonna now teach you about a bunch of shit you probably already know. Oh, skip, my skip is so huge right now. Skip. Skip a lip, skip that skip because of how huge my skip is. If I had a skip that was bigger than this, it would be called Skip. Skipper. Just skip. Skip. Please. Please just let it be over. For the love of God. Just skip. Oh my. Just please skip. I just want to make everyone proud, dude. Like, dude. Guys, let's just make Strife get on the kick platform, dude. Didn't I get the... I want to check something real quick. Stop. Give me a moment. I know it's so slightly annoying. I'm sorry. Oh, it says they're in there. Says they're in there. Look, Square noticed that no one would take the time to figure out how junctioning worked. So they made sure you knew how the spear grid system worked. I think that's fair. I think that's fair because isn't there like one of the optional like tutorials in the beginning of the game that's like in the classroom, but like most people didn't think about it or they like skipped it, and so like for like a greater majority of the game, people were just like not understanding what they were supposed to be doing. It was just a terrible circumstance. All right, that doesn't look bad. Yeah. Trying to understand if it's on or not. I think it's on. There were some that it forced you to do, but no one listened. Oh goodness. Well, I know there's that one right before you go and fight Ifrit that's just absolutely unbearable. It's like, it felt like it was like a good 5 minutes long. It's like when it teaches you how to use a GF or whatever. And you're just, in all fairness, it did not make itself easy, you know? It just went on and on and on and then had to make its explanation kind of like semi-complicated. And of course, as soon as it gets to the most important part, that's when everyone was like, all right, get on with it. And, yeah, I mean, that was a rough time for everyone. That was a very rough time for everyone. What is this? Why does it not have a number next to it? That makes me sad. Alright, I think we're gonna be good.
We found some ancient ruins right beneath us. It's not active now, but there should still be some power left. We're gonna go down there and activate it. And then we should be able to salvage the big prize.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's get to work.
Roger.
Alright, here we go. The other day, I went to the park with my girlfriend, and I was unfortunate enough to accidentally have stepped into a fire ant pit. And luckily, I noticed fast enough before things got fucking crazy. But, I got four good bites on my foot, and I'm not very happy about it. But again, luckily I noticed before. It could have been like 100. But luckily I noticed when a few of them got on my feet. Because at the moment they're bothering me. Yeah, I know. Well, so is she, so it was better that I got bit than she did, because she's actually very allergic. She's very allergic to that, and she's also very allergic to, like, wasps and shit. Yeah. I know you guys don't know this, but I'm purposely stockpiling grenades because there's a boss fight coming up that I'm just gonna continuously keep tossing grenades. And then you guys are gonna be proud. Alright, give me a moment. I know we just made it to the next area, but, I'll be right back. Not extended break, dang it. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that is a very good point. It's a good point that they can breathe underwater. Dude, just trying my best. Alright, I know you guys are just chilling here, patiently waiting. Thank you. I kind of had a weird day today in terms of like sleep schedule and everything, so I'm ordering some food because I'm hungry. I was also, I don't know. I think, I don't know if my cats are being picky or not, but my cat was like being really, like, what's the word? Picky about his food per se. And I left to go stay at my girlfriend's house for a few days, and I came back and I noticed they ate like, I left out basically 4 bowls. 2 for Sunny and 2 for Taz. And usually when I go away for 2 to 3 days at a time, that's actually like the perfect amount. And by the time I usually get back, they have maybe like 20% left. In other words, basically 1 bowl each with about 10% in each bowl, totaling to like a 20% left of whatever I gave them out of the 4 bowls. But I came home this time and it looked like they had only eaten like 35% in total. In other words, there was roughly like 2 bowls left. Almost. And I felt weird about it because I'm like, why didn't you guys like eat much food? And so I'm wondering, is it like you guys were, you know, aware that I was gone, so you were rationing it out thing? Or are you guys not eating it for a specific reason? Because I just, you know, Sunny was just, you know, meowing at me pretty vigorously, and I go downstairs and their fruit bowls are still full. But it's like, almost as if though it's like him looking at me like, you know, like, I'm not gonna eat that. But I'm like, what do you mean? So I'm kind of trying to figure out, like, what it is. It might be the food formula, not entirely sure. But I'm gonna get some more food in the morning, I guess. I'm just kind of sitting here like curious as to why that was the reaction. Not a big deal, but you know, they're fine. Like I ended up getting them their favorite wet food. It's like a snack of theirs. I maybe give them some wet food, like one every other day, maybe one a day, you know, roughly at the later hours of the day. And I'm trying to do that more often because they mostly only ever ate hard food, but that's mostly because Sunny would just never eat wet food. But recently I found a brand, I mean, Taz will eat almost anything, so he doesn't care. But for me to find something that Sunny likes was rare, and I just found a brand that Sunny likes. And so Sunny's actually like, he loves this brand, and so I get them the chicken, and like one of them's a chicken flavor and one of them's a salmon flavor. And they're munching down on it right now, but I'm kind of like upset because I'm upset in the sense that I'm like, I feel bad because I'm like, well, I don't know why they hadn't been eating the dry food that I left them, but I'm wondering, like, is it because they're being picky, or is it because, like, in their minds there's just like something wrong with it? So I'm kind of like having a complicated feeling in my head about it. A little bit upset about it, to just be straight about it. And now I'm ordering a pizza. I was originally going to order a hot hoagie, but they don't have the hot hoagie I like to eat tonight. It's usually a hot hoagie from Wawa's, but they don't have the hot hoagie I like to eat tonight. I don't know if you guys have ever had Wawa's, but I like Wawa's, and they got this hot hoagie. It's like a meatball, it's a meatball sub. And I like it because it's just a nice fucking hot hoagie. And I like hot hoagie. Yeah, what toppings? Pepperoni and sausage. I'm basic. I do love me some Wawa. Never heard of them. Wawa's, they're pretty good. They're mostly found in the northeastern states. The reason we haven't had very many of them is because we lived in the Midwest. But in states like New York and New Jersey and, you know, other places all around like that, Wawa is really well renowned. And it's well known for them having like pizzas and sandwiches and burrito wraps and you know, cold hoagies, hot hoagies, candy. It's like basically a gas station and a Subway if they had a baby. Like a Sheetz and a Subway if they had a baby. But I don't call Sheetz Sheetz. I call Sheetz Sharts. I want some now. Oh, wow. Waffle House also has a decent region. I like, Waffle House. They have a really good, sandwich. It is it's like a Texas, it's like a hamburger, I don't know, it's like a hamburger on toast kind of thing. I don't remember what it's. No wonder. It's in India or Ohio, which is a few hours away from me. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah. It's the Texas patty melt. That's what it is. It's the Texas patty melt. It's beautiful. Waffle House has the Texas patty melt. Texas bacon cheesesteak melt. Yes, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. Either of the patty melts that you order from there could be great. So you guys are gonna be like, oh, Farron, like, why are you hoarding so many grenades? I'll tell you why I'm hoarding so many grenades. I'll tell you why I'm hoarding so many grenades. So that way I can spam them at a boss. And then you guys will be like, what do you mean spam? You know what I mean? Dude, we're doing so good at this video game. Oh yeah. This is beautiful though. I'm loving these mods. Like, the game looks beautiful. It's just great to me that, like, this game gets so much, like, care in 2026, you know? Like, think about it. I know people are like, oh, a Final Fantasy X remake would be great, but, like, this has to be the best looking retro game of almost, like, all the retro games out there because of how much people take care of this game. Shit, I have to go back in there and press a computer button. I forgot. Spam. I mean, seriously, like... It's one of those if only other games got this type of treatment type of deal. I mean, dude, these character models look great. Oh boy, it's the guy I was telling you about. We stole a grenade from him. There should be other stuff. There should be other stuff. Actually, now that I remember, I don't think it's anything I care about. I think it's like an ether or something like that, like a turbo ether. I could be wrong, but we'll check. All right, another grenade. This is where having a grenade comes in handy. Damn, dude, I really suck at his lately. I used to be able to get it on the first try every single time, and now, like, even after spending years away from the game, but I don't know if it's just because I suck now or what. And there you have it. I never knew you could throw a grenade. Oh, yeah. That's why when I'm leading up to this fight, all I do is just steal a bunch of grenades. Well, well, well. What do we have here? You know, I never knew this for many years, but that's a ship right there. I know for the veterans, you know, I'm not just blatantly saying it. I know exactly what it is, but I'm just saying that's a ship right there. For years, I was like, what are we all looking at? It's just a bunch of rocks. I never really, like, put together in my mind, like, oh, they just salvaged something. We found an airship. I don't know what the other guy said, but they basically are excited that they found an airship. Said, you, outside.
Hey, I helped out, didn't I?
You don't get to hang out with us, dude, with our little big boy club, dude. You get to sit outside.
Hungry. Whoa! Right on.
Take it easy!
Hey!
Jesus!
It's because you eat too fast.
Now eat it like the dog you are. Oh my god. Goodness grace.
Hey!
Hello there. What is your name?
Riku?
Whoa! You really do understand. Woo-hoo-hoo! Why didn't you say so earlier?
I didn't get a chance to. Everyone thought we were a fiend.
You know, I thought the PS2 models were gonna bother me, but, like,
We mean
they
you.
look great.
Um,
Just to fill everyone in, they aren't
Who
tit
are
for
you
tat,
guys
the
anyway?
PlayStation 2 models. They're the PlayStation 2 models,
We're
but they have
Al-Bed.
been like
Can't you tell?
upscaled.
Wait, you're not an Al-Bed
So
kid,
the
are you?
original mod was someone
I
put a
don't even know what an
PS2 mod
Al-Bed
out,
is.
Where are you
and then
from?
another person took those
Xanarkin.
models and then
I'm
upscaled
a
them
blitzball
and made it
player.
into a secondary mod.
Star player of the Xanarkin Abes?
Did you hit your head or something?
Star player of the Xanarkin Dabes.
You guys hit me?
Oh, right. Do you remember anything before that?
So I told her everything there was to tell about Xanarkin. About life there, Blitzball, and Sin's attack. And about how Aaron and I were engulfed in this light. I just said things as they came to mind. But then I started to wonder. Did I say something funny?
You were near Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, you'll be better in no time. They say your head gets funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Xanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays Blitzball there.
Huh? What do you mean, 1,000 years ago?
No way!
I saw Sin attack Xanarkin. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way!
Just immediately runs away and jumps off the ship. He's like, no way. That's the thing that always got me about Tidus's voice acting is like, there's so many times where like his voice like does so much like rising and falling. Like, instead of just being like, no way, he goes, no way. Or, come on, type of crap. And it's like, it just makes him seem so sassy in the cutscenes when you see him do
You
all
said-
this.
You play Blitzball?
It's kind of like when you're watching
You know, you should go to Luca.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Someone might know who you are, or you might find someone you recognize.
Raiden has a few moments
Luca?
like that.
Ah,
Huh.
okay. Leave it to me. I'll get you to Luca. Promise. You'd rather stay here? Okay, I'll go tell the others. Wait here. Oh. And one thing. Don't tell anyone you're from Xanarkand, okay? Yevon says it's a holy place. You might upset someone.
Oh, uh-huh.
Dude, it's crazy to
My
me
Xanarkand?
that this game
Some kind
is
of holy place?
25 years old.
Yeah, right, I thought. Since when? Yevon? Sin? Luca? I thought Sin just took me to a faraway place, that I could go back in a day or two. But 1,000 years into the future? No way!
No way.
Whoa, whoa!
See what I told you? Hey, easy, easy, easy with that, come.
Whoa!
My God. Talk about having a wet willy, am I right? Oh. Well, here we go.
Riku!
Hey, look where you're throwing your balls around.
Blitzball!
Hey, you okay?
Hey!
Hey! Just immediately says hey and then greets by smacking some balls around. Incredible. Even he thinks so. You think I'm gonna go over there and talk to them, don't you? No, I'm actually going for a secret item. Haha. Now I wonder. Oh. One of the settings I have turned on does not like the beach. Sure. Oh. Must be the HDR. Just for this area, it looks kind of rough. It's a little bit bright. It's really only this area. Man, it just illuminates right off the sand. But in a way, it kind of works because when you're on a beach, like, it does get kind of bright when you're on a beach. Ugh. It looks like you got sucked down a toilet. Dude, you know, sometimes. Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah! Baywatcher's got nothing on me! Oh, shit. Oh my gosh.
Yo. Hiya.
You actually look like the Waka.
You wanna try that move one more time?
The Waka that we've known
Finally. Things were starting to look up.
from long ago. Just more ball smacking.
You know amateur. Who you play for?
The Xanarkanabes.
What team you say again?
I meant...
I meant,
forget that.
Y2K.
Too, close to sin, and my head's all foggy like.
All the millennials
So,
are
I
like,
don't know where this place
hey,
is.
Yorelai,
Or
take it
even where
easy
I
with
came
that
from.
Y2K shit. Settle
Since
down.
toxin got to you, but you're still alive.
He's all like, I play for the Baywatch boys. Everyone's like, oh, great. Thank
All right, back to
goodness.
practice.
Thank goodness, our hero and our savior.
Unlock.
Thank you.
Coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother. What? You hungry? Okay, back to the village. I'll get you something.
It's so nice to see Waka's PlayStation 2 model. He looks 1,000,000% better. 1,000,000%.
felt like I could trust this Waka, so I just had to ask. It's true Xanarkin was destroyed, right? 1,000 years ago? So it's just a big pile of rubble now, isn't it?
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look. Sin came and destroyed the machina cities.
Well,
And
it's
Xanarkand
nice
along
to
with 'em.
actually seeing them have
Yeah, that was
facial
about 1,000 years ago.
expressions.
Just like you said. If you ask me, sins are punishment for letting things get out of hand. What gets me though, is we gotta suffer because of what some goofballs did way back when. Of course, we must always repent for our sins. That's important. It's just that it's hard to keep at it sometimes, you know?
It was just as Riku said. Waka and Riku couldn't both be lying. Why would they?
But you from the Xanarkand Daves, that was a good one, huh? Hey, I'm not saying the team never existed, yeah? But you gotta figure, a team living in luxury like that be pretty soft, eh?
I appreciated the fact that Waka was trying to cheer me up. But at that time, all I could think about was everything that happened to me. All this started with Sin. Maybe if I could find Sin one more time, I could go home. For now, I just live life until that time came. No more worrying about where or when I was. Sure, it was hard not to think of home, but I started to feel better already. A little better. Maybe.
I mean, I'll be honest with you guys, when I installed the PlayStation 2 models, I was actually, at first I was a little worried how it was going to look. I didn't know if I was going to like it. But now I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm going to do this every single time I play this game.
Hey, it's this way.
They look too good. Oh, this looks so beautiful. Look at this. Look at the ground. Oh, look at that. It's the plants. You can really see it here when I turn it on and turn it off. Looks all flat right there. And then, boom, vibrance. Very sexy. I wonder what it'd look like if I turn on the film grain. I turned it off because I couldn't get it to work right in certain areas, but, like, I really like the film grain. You turn the film grain on, and you get it just right. Let's see. Let's have it on for a bit. And that. I want to wait until we get over here real quick. Oof. Oh, it's just so pretty. It looks so pretty. I mean, yeah, you can see it, but it's not. It's not that great. Meh. I love this, though. This just looks so beautiful.
Huh? What's the big idea?
It makes me think back to, like, when we were younger. Because here, I'm going to do something else for you guys. Let me put on a CRT filter real quick and just talk for a second. This is what we were used to. back when we were younger was, where is it at? Come on. Oh, here it is. This is like, to some degree, what we were used to seeing. And even then, it still wasn't that great. Actually, no. All right. Now, if you look, you'll notice this is like what we were used to, guys. See that nice a little bit of a scan line there? Remember those days when we used to just sit around? You'd be in here, and this is what your game would look like. Maybe it looks different for you guys on your screen. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, be careful. And it was like, dude, if you think back to the day, just remember how good this used to look. Because we also had our CRT TVs. Oh man, actually that CRT filter is almost, it's kind of, I'm kind of looking at it now and I'm like, man, wait, hold on. I almost kind of like it. I don't think it's necessary, but I kind of like it. It kind of makes the game look a little older. Is that it at its max? Kind of interesting. But yeah, so It's just like, I put this filter on just to kind of mimic what that felt like back in the day, you know? This is what it felt like. You'd be sitting here playing on your TV at like, you know, you're in your living room or maybe at your grandparents' house or something, and you'd just be playing this, dude. And like, look at the way, oh my god, look at the way it changes how the water looks. Look at the way it changes how the water looks. It completely changes like how it dances on the water. It makes the water look even better. That's what makes me upset about like modern like gaming when we're playing older games, is some of these CRT filters were really good for a very specific reason. And it's because they helped make games look better, just in general. They made them look good. I don't even know if I have this thing set right. Like, I don't know, like, what it looks like to you guys. I hope it looks just as pretty as it does to me, because, like, this is so important. Oh, man. Let's go under the water and see. Let's see if we can get something over here. We should be able to get a different camera angle. But yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. It makes such a difference. Because it makes the background look older. Like, it actually kind of makes it look like a PS2 game, in a way. I feel like I'm having flashbacks to when I was like 7 years old. Well, I was technically 8 when I played this game, but when I was 8 years old playing this, I'm just having huge flashbacks. Man, that looks beautiful. Come on, give us the underwater. Change the camera. Oh, there we go. Ooh, that looks good. Let's look at the fauna real quick. Don't get me wrong. I won't keep the CRT filter on forever. But I'm just really enjoying that. You know what I really want to do? I was talking to Suna about it at one point. But I would really love to do upscale modeling for a couple games. I think Xenogears and Legend of Dragoon would be it would make such a monumental difference in those games if they got upscale mods. Oh my gosh. See, for me, I just look at the trees. Like the fauna. Because the thing is like, when we were younger, what the CRT scan lines do is they kind of like mess with your eyes in a weird way and give you like depth perception a bit. Like, it makes it feel 3D as opposed to like this, which feels kind of like, I don't know. Let's take it a step further. What is it like when I turn the CRT off. Oh, even then, dude, those scan lines, man. Oh. I think you're on the right track, War Dog, but I think it was more along the lines of it was their original idea and then they decided they just didn't, you know, it just wasn't what they wanted to do. Yo, what's up, Legend Reborn? Welcome. Yeah, we're just sitting here kind of messing around. I'm messing around with some of these settings. Look at this. You can take it down as far as you want. That's like really bad though. But it's interesting though because like I'm sure older TVs, you know, the only person I know here in this chat that can even talk on any of this is Hacks Effect. Like he would be able to be the one to tell us like if this is rational or not. Like how many TVs were out that actually looked that bad. In terms of definition, because it's like, man, how much did they have to really do it to get it defined? Because that was like the magic of when we were kids, is sometimes you'd play on a TV and it would make your game look like trash, and other times you'd play on a TV and make your game look pretty good. I think this right here is the sweet spot. Like, I think this is where it should be. But, like, the scan lines definitely make a difference in regards to, like, how it looks overall. I remember playing this on an old CRT from the 80s, and it still looked good. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just messing around with this right now so we can kind of have some nostalgia for a moment, all of us that were there and that remember what it was like to play this on a CRT TV. I like this filter. It kind of brings that back for us. Oh, my food's here. Give me a moment. All right. Anyway, we can all sit and chill for a second. I just got my food, so it's just nice to sit and talk with you guys. I'm having a blast, though, dude. Like, this is fun. Oh, that was good. Do you guys know there was a time I used to eat ramen every day and then Strife yelled at me to stop it, and so I had to stop it? It was really violent. See, I think the remaster does look good, but I think there's tons of games that look great with, like, old technology, like the CRT filter, for example. Well, not filter, but, like, the scan lines. Because, I mean, developers will even tell you there's certain games that were made with those CRT scan lines in mind. And so it's why that when we play them now on, like, a modern context, why they look like shit. I wish I'd never gotten rid of my CRT TV. I want to experience this game again on it. See, that's what I'm saying. I kind of want that too. I think I want to invest into getting one of those TVs just for fun to see what it's like. Here, I'm turning my camera off since I don't feel like having you guys just watch me eat. I hope you guys are all having a good night, though. This has been a pretty fun time so far. For me, for sure.
Let me go!
Got a favor to ask you.
You want me on your team, right?
Hmm? A major blitz tournament's coming up. All the teams in Spira will be there. It's so huge, I'm sure someone there will recognize you. Then you can go back to your old team, right? It'll be fun. What do you say, huh? Come on, come on!
Sure thing.
Dude, our team is gonna rock, eh?
I thought then that Blitzball and Sin were the only two things that Spira and Xanarkand had in common. I wasn't too far off either.
This is where I was born. I started Blitz when I was 5. I joined the Aurochs at 13, 10 years ago. 10 years, and we never won a game. Well, after last year's tournament, I quit. Time seemed right. So, after quitting, I got this new job.
All
yeah?
right, all right, all
But
right.
every-
I didn't expect them to roll and do a bunch of cutscenes. I was trying to get into another battle. like the tiniest battle. Oh my god. All right. Okay. I am basically back. Give me a moment. I appreciate you guys for being patient with me. Well, all right.
Time my mind wandered. I thought about the game.
10 years without a single win will do that.
My first match last year was my big chance. but something else was on my mind. I couldn't focus.
Nice excuse.
Hey, hey!
So, you want to win the next tournament? Go out with a bang. So, what's our goal?
I don't care how we do, long as we play our best. If we give it our all, I can walk away happy.
No. If I say, what's our goal? You say, victory! When you play in a blitzball tournament, you play to win.
Victory? You're serious?
Victory! 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 I didn't want to scream victory at you guys, but I mean, like, come on.
It's an ancient custom. People leaving the... They say it works.
Yeah! I was eating too. Oh, nice. Well, I'm glad it seems like everybody took a nice little breaky break. Anyway. Let's turn the CRT filter back on. I love that look. I'd love to do a playthrough where I don't even have my camera on. I just turn my camera off, put the CRT on, and then just film a whole playthrough of me playing the game with no commentary and then upload it to YouTube as like old school Final Fantasy X playthrough. And then people can click on it and it's like still got all the high definition looking stuff, but some filters on to make it look classic. How are you liking Kick? So far, the only thing I'm concerned about is it's harder for discoverability from like new people. But in regards to how I've been doing on Kick, I feel like I've been doing much, much better in terms of people coming to watch the streams.
The one from the sea.
Be on guard. There are fiends on the road today.
I like Kick in general
After
better than
surviving your
Twitch.
run-in with Sin, it would be a shame if something happened now.
Who are they?
Luzu and Gata, Crusaders.
Huh? Crews of what?
What, you forgot that too? Hey, sorry. Don't worry about it. I'll help you out.
Cool. In return, come tournament time, I'll make sure we take the cup.
Cool. About the Crusaders, you can ask them yourself. They got a lodge in a village.
But like, I feel like I'm still a bit too small of a streamer to not use Twitch. Like, I've been pondering if it's a smart idea for me to stream on Kick and Twitch rather than Kick and YouTube. But there's also other multimedias that I could use.
Besaid Village.
They got any food there?
We'll get you something over there later. Take a look around first. Let's see. The Crusaders' Lodge is over yonder. Luzu and Gata are usually there. All right. Over here.
Huh? What's up?
You do remember the prayer, right?
I didn't know it in the first place, to tell the truth.
Man, that's like the basics of the basics. All right, I'll show you.
Man, that's like the basic of the basics.
Go ahead, you try. bad. Okay, now, go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the blitzball sign for victory.
I'm so glad we used the PS2 models, dude. This looks so good. This looks so good. It was the way Waka looked at him that I was like, dude, man. Because I've spent so long replaying this game with, like, the, you know, remaster models, and it's really shoving it in my face how lifeless those are right now as we're playing this, and I'm seeing, like, how much better these models are. Oh, it's so good.
Go present yourself to the temple summoner before we eat, yeah?
Oh, dude. Legend, this game's such a nice time. That's one thing I like about Final Fantasy X, is it's a cozy playthrough. It's, don't get me wrong, it has like, its moments, you know what I mean? But in general, in my opinion, it's the most, like... It's just the most easy to get into. It's like the easiest Final Fantasy to get into, in my opinion. Like, for instance, this area, very colorful. It's, the music's wonderful. They have tons of creatures that are kind of different. Like, look at these cats right here. They're not just cats. Look at, they got little manes. They got little, like, these little hairs on their backs that make them look like different cats. One thing I really want to point out about Final Fantasy X, that I love about Final Fantasy X, is Final Fantasy X is... like, okay, just turning these on and off real quick just to see the difference there. Doesn't that look beautiful? Look at that. Look at how beautiful that looks. Just that whole scope real quick. Oop. Boom. That old guy back there's got so much more definition. Just the difference between turning them off and turning them on. That is insane. No, but yeah, I love Final Fantasy X because one thing that makes it stick out is Final Fantasy X is really colorful. Like, they decided they were gonna go all out with the colors and make this a very saturated game. Like, oh, dude, I could go on. Like, that's one of my favorite reasons this, like, this is one of my favorite Final Fantasies, is because of that reason. Is the UI, the game, the world, the enemies, like, literally, even the UI looks great. This game, all around, is just so pretty. And then the music, super pretty. The characters, well written. They don't overstay their welcome. Check this out.
Hey, you! You were attacked by Sin, right? Recently, was it?
I think so.
So, Sin can't be far, right? You're not hiding anything, are you?
Why would I?
If Sin's nearby, it'll attack the island for sure. But it hasn't. I wonder why.
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. To tell the truth, I don't even know what the Crusaders are.
You're kidding, right?
Sin, the toxin. Gotta tell him who we are.
Yes, sir. The Crusaders are sworn to battle Sin. We have chapters throughout Spira, accepting all who wish to join our struggle. The hero Mihen formed the Crusaders 800 years ago as the Crimson Blades. Later, our ranks grew and we called ourselves the Crusaders. We've been fighting sin ever since.
What? You've been fighting 800 years and you still haven't beat it?
Well, we've steered sin away from towns many times. And that's all we can do. Nobody's ever been able to defeat it. Our mission as Crusaders is to protect the temples, towns, villages, and people of Spira.
So, then whose job is it to defeat sin?
Is Sin's toxin really this bad, sir?
It does seem rather bad. We could just tell you, but I think it better for you to try and remember. Go pray at the temple. Perhaps Yevon will help you regain your memory.
So, see? Nice, sweet little context cutscene. Tells us tons of stuff we need to know in probably, I'd say, 30 to 45 seconds. Nice. Very nice. And you got tons of that all over the game. These nice little, like, characters that you meet that have, like, you know, bigger meaning in the world. I want this. This is my stuff. This isn't your stuff. This is my stuff. You want to know why? Because I paid for this video game. This is mine. The sin stuck beside a village. I have a house. I forgot. Well, this is my stuff. My house! My house, what the fuck? Oh shit, here we go again. Break dance in the center of town. Maybe what if we break dance in the center of the temple?
Standing in that place.
We break dance right there in that circle. It'd probably, like, the priest guy over there would have an aneurysm.
I began to realize how different this world was from my own.
They're always doing this E-A-U-E music, dude. Just went full Hank Hill.
10 years have passed since Lord Braska became High Summoner. And finally, we receive a statue for our temple.
I didn't ask a question, damn it!
What's a High Summoner? I got too close to Sin's toxin.
See, there's the awe I told you about. There's the moaning.
It was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over. Funny, and a little sad.
The Summoners are practitioners of a sacred art, sworn to protect the people of Yevon. Only a chosen few become Summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons. The Aeons hear our prayers and come down to us. They are the blessing of Yevon.
It's like real quick.
So what he meant was that we should respect some kind of great men, or something like that, I figured.
Just a bunch of men. Looks kind of darker in here. It's kind of cool. Yeah, I would love to definitely do another playthrough with the CRT lines on. I'm so appreciative of the fact that they did that with the audio. That boy ain't right. Yeah. Yeah. I like that. Oh, ooh, That's what his lines were for that line of voice acting. Just every old guy in this game talks like that for everyone's knowledge. Pray hard and the toxin will surely release its grip. Only sworn guardians may approach the cloister of Trills. Only sworn guardians may approach the cloister of Trills. Sworn guardians. Only sworn guardians may approach the cloister of Trills. You just Gilmored your last Richard? What do you do now? The Besaid fabrics they make here are famous all over the world. If I buy cheap and sell high, I'll be rolling in the gill in no time. Dude.
Sorry, man. No time for lunch yet. Take a nap. You look bushed.
Dude, my Luza is so much my Luzu is so much bigger than my Gaza right now. Or Gata, or whatever his name is.
You could at least go see how they are doing.
Oh, shit.
Can't interfere. It's a rule.
But it's been nearly. But it's been nearly.
It's been nearly a day already.
Perhaps you could go look for us.
People are searching for him now.
Thank you.
Who cares whether he comes back or not?
But he might die.
Fine, let him.
Do you hate him so? But if he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him.
Waka?
Wackles?
Is something wrong?
The summoner hasn't returned from the trial.
Eh?
Well, apprentice summoner, really.
Huh?
There's a room in there called the Cloister of Trials. Beyond is where the apprentice summoner prays. If the prayer is heard, the apprentice becomes a fully fledged summoner. Remember?
So someone is in there somewhere and they haven't come back out. Right, I got it.
A day's already gone by.
Is it particularly dangerous in there?
Sometimes, yes.
Why don't you go in and help?
There's already guardians in there. Besides, it's forbidden.
Hey, but what if something happens? What if the summoner dies?
Our precepts must be obeyed.
Like I care.
Oh, that's all they did. That's literally all they did, like I told you they would do.
This wasn't such a good idea after all.
That's literally all they ever do is they go, oh. Say it with your chest, like, I hate you. Exactly. Introducing the Cloister of Trials, where we just touch shit and things happen. Oh, thank you. Your land's laws have no hold on me. And then, like, Gandalf just starts crying violently because he realizes he's in the green screen room again. Guys, I went and saw Mortal Kombat 2 with my girlfriend a few days ago over the weekend, and I really liked it. I think she liked it too. I couldn't really tell. She told me she did, but I don't know if she really did. I think she liked it. But I really liked it. And I'm just letting everyone know I thought it was good. Would you like to take a destruction sphere? Thank you. Well, did you ask her if she liked it? I did, and she said yeah. Dun dunka, galunka chung, wanga dunga, wanga dunga, wang chunga dunga, wangle dung, gul chungle dung. Wangle dung, gadunkle, ka-chunkle dungle, wang. Jungle, dungle, dungle, dung. Jungle, wungle, dungle, jungle, dungle, dung. Easter egg thing. Oh, indeed. Go wungle. Good chungle, go wungle, chungle, wungle, dungle. Wump bump, dum bump, dum bump, biddle lump, dum dum bump 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 dum. This game will still be the shit in another 25 years. Of course it will be. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm telling you right now, when I am like basically on my deathbed, I will make a request to play this video game.
Hey, what's gotten into you? Hey, it's okay. Only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians can enter here. It's a tradition, very important.
So what about you?
Me? I'm a guardian.
A guardian?
A guardian?
Whoa! Ah!
Summoners go on a pilgrimage to pray at every temple in Spira. Guardians protect them. Guardians in there now. One of them's got a short fuse, and who knows what the other's thinking. Well, now that we come this far, might as well go all the way.
I just realized this game has a lot of moaning.
What are you doing here? Didn't think we'd be able to handle it.
No, it's just... See, I told you she gets mad easy.
Is the summoner all right?
Who are you?
I've done it. I have become a summoner.
Man, was I surprised. And here I was thinking summoners were all old geezers.
Just a good old... Oh! Putting your transgression aside for now, let us celebrate the birth of a summoner. Alright. But watch this. Oh, yeah.
Hey, over here!
Who are you? Who the hell are you supposed to be? Hey! Hey, I'm talking to you. Look what I can do. You don't even like that, do you? Huh? One of these days, I'll get your attention. It may not be now, but one of these days.
What? Ow!
He's like, get your eyes off that cat and look at this.
I can't see anything.
Ready?
Ah, tough guy, huh? Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
What in the fuck do we have here? There's a big bird.
I had never seen anything like it in my life. Sure, it was a little scary, but still, I could feel a strange kind of gentleness coming from it. I remember that night we talked for the first time. I didn't know it then, but after that night, everything changed. For everyone. For me.
Let me introduce you to the team. This guy here wants into the tournament so bad, I let him on the team. His memory's a little fuzzy, so don't mind him if he says anything odd. Come on, say hi.
What the fuck are you all looking at?
So what's our goal?
To do our best! Nope, we got a new goal now. Our new goal is victory! To win every match, defeat every opposing team, to bring the Crystal Cup back to our island. That's all we need to do to win. Easy, huh?
Victory. 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 See? That's what everyone was waiting for. That's what everyone was waiting for. Hey, I was hoping you joined the team all along, yeah? There's going to be 6 teams. Hit the other team hard and make it easy.
We sure got the boys worked up, huh?
Yeah, I was riled up too.
We sure got the boys worked up, huh? We sure got the boys worked up, huh?
Dude, my victory.
You heathen!
Stay away from the summoner! You're a bad man!
Ah!
Lady Una, be careful.
But it was really my fault to begin with. Anina, thank you so much for your help earlier.
Huh? I'm sorry about that. Wasn't I not supposed to? Guess I kind of overreacted.
Oh no, I was
Just reading Hax's comment made me laugh.
I saw that Aeon thing. That's amazing.
Really? Do you think I
It's
can
like
become
that.
High
It's like
Summoner?
that meme online where it says, "Don't come," and then Trump's all like, "Oh, I'm gonna come." Oh man.
So, tomorrow then.
Tomorrow?
We're going on the same boat, aren't we?
Oh, really?
We can talk more.
Huh.
You can tell me all about Xanarkand.
She's cute, yeah? Don't get no ideas.
No promises there, big guy.
No promises there,
Oh,
big
what if
guy.
She, like, comes on to me?
What the fuck, dude?
That's not going to happen. If you get tired, let me know. I had a bed made for you.
What the? Wait a second. Dude, my spear grid is so huge right now.
Ready for bed?
Yeah.
Good. Sleep tight.
Yeah. Oh no, this is a nightmare. I can't clap my little boots. I can't clap my little boots.
Where's that boat?
Everyone will find us if it doesn't come soon.
You really sure this is okay?
Would you take me to Xanarkand?
Hey! You said you'd go with me!
Oh, hey,
I thought Waka told you not to get any ideas.
He did?
Oh wow.
Yeah, so you're coming with me.
Hey, stop dreaming! You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball! Oh, what's the matter? Gonna cry again? Cry, cry. That's the only thing you're good for. Huh? What'd you say?
You have to speak loudly.
Gonna cry again. Wah.
I hate you!
Huh?
That's the spirit.
You can do it!
Introducing toxic beer drinking and cigarette smoking. Dad.
He's dead, okay? Dead.
Daddy issues, the game. That's right. He said that like Anakin. Oh yeah.
He does look a lot
You're not
like
wrong.
Chapu. I was surprised too, the first time I saw him. But no matter what he looks like, he isn't Chapu. You shouldn't have brought him here in the first place.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Excuses again?
Yeah, but...
That's it. No more. Enough, Waka.
Oh, not the jingling belts with the beads.
Scary. So, who's Chapu?
My little brother, Chapu. He looked like you.
He's dead?
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year. He didn't make it. I first heard on the day of the tournament.
Oh, so that's why.
I became a guardian to fight sin, yeah?
Revenge, then?
That was the idea. I'm more worried about a stupid game now than avenging my brother. Well, after the next tournament, I'll be a guardian full-time. I know it kinda looks like I'm using you, but I'm not.
Don't worry. I mean, I owe you a lot. You really helped me out, you know? What I mean is... Thanks, Waka.
Stop. You're embarrassing me.
It's kind of funny. Well, not funny. It's kind of cool how there was like a map of Spira in the background that was like crudely drawn on the wall right there. You can see it. I think that's kind of cool. Cool little added touch. Yeah, he looks nothing like Chapu. No, he doesn't. Oh my god, thank goodness it's back. My little boots. Yeah, you know he's getting all the ladies with those tight little guys on. Look at those little boots. Look at those. You know that every time he encounters a woman, they are vastly interested in him because of the shoes. Those shoes make the deal. They really do. This is where my love for goth women started. There's a lot of people that feel that way. It was not unpopular, and to this day, it is still not unpopular for people to have a thing for Lulu.
Hey, sleepyhead. Something I want to give you.
Whoa! You're giving this?
Wow! What's that?
Use it well.
It's a water sword.
That's the sword you gave Chapu.
Well, he never used it.
Well, he never used it. And it's like, well, no shit, it's a water sword. Like, the second I use it, this thing could pop open, and then it just goes limp. And the more I think of the water sword, like, you know how, like, a water bed would function, and, like, that it could pop pretty easily if mishandled. Just makes it funny. It's like, it was for my brother. And it's like, but he never took it. And then Lulu's like, well, no shit. Like, it sucks. And then Titus is looking over like, wait, what? So he gives it to me?
Where's Yuna?
We're in the same boat as Yuna, right? Why do we gotta wait
And
here?
they just carry on with the
Yuna came to
scene.
this village 10 years ago, when the last calm started.
The calm?
Since then, she's been like a little sister to me and Lulu. But she had the talent. She became an apprentice.
I just can't stop looking
Now,
at Titus's
today,
little
She leaves
boots.
as a summoner.
This is our journey. We should leave together.
You really
Yeah.
don't need all that luggage.
I think I heard of the
They're
same
not really my things.
theory.
They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
And we'll
This isn't a
probably talk
vacation.
about it later on
I guess
in the
I guess you're
playthrough.
right.
There's a possibility she could theoretically come from a temple
Okay,
that
off we
was
go.
destroyed. I'll just put it that way. Or a place that was destroyed. But I know the theory you're talking about. It's a good theory. I too subscribe to that theory. I think that's a great theory. I don't like the noise it makes on the grass. Fuck, dude, that shit sets me off. It just sets me off, dude. It just hits my like,
Hey, why don't you try out that
it just
sword
hits
I
my
gave you?
stem switch, dude. It's just my stem, dude. I discovered a new stem. Dude, these PlayStation 2 models are the shit.
No problem.
Not too shabby. You kept up with him pretty well. Might make a good guardian someday.
The only problem is Waka looks like he's just took like a couple bottles of Benadryl and he's just sitting there, you know, making it through the day. That's the only thing that gets me is Waka kind of looks like perpetually stoned Or just inebriated, but whatever. It's okay. Beautiful. Holy shit.
That looks like trouble.
That is a big boy.
Watch this.
Oh, one thing we're gonna turn on right now. One thing we're gonna turn on right now.
Use magic of an element they don't like.
Magic? Element?
Let's have our black mage show you what I mean. Lou, you're up.
Clueless, aren't you? Good thing I'm here.
Oh, guys, I didn't realize. I'm assuming you guys like it where it was at. Is the volume good where it's at? Be honest, like mic versus audio. Anyone, guys? Mic versus audio, it's good, right? Because I turned this down a long-ass time ago, not realizing I turned it down. And I might have accidentally turned it down at, like, a really great spot. But I'm trying to make sure, like, it was just good enough. You know what I mean? Because then that means post-editing, I'm going to have to turn it up. A touch higher. Sounds good to me. It was good where it was. Okay. Because I freaked out for a second as I just saw that. I was like, oh, crap. I turned this down to 14 when I was testing it out earlier. Before stream. Completely forgot. So I was like, thank God, apparently it sounds good. It's just, that's a nightmare post-editing when I'm making YouTube videos and I have to go, oh crap, now I have to turn the game audio up, and well, it's not that big of a nightmare, but it's just a pain. You guys get it. It's a pain in the ass. But it's good now. It's not too loud right now. Okay. What I have turned on right now is entire party earns AP. The reason I'm doing this, I know some people might consider it cheating, but I saw that option earlier and I said, oh, you mean I don't have to switch out every party member and make them attack one time? Yeah, fuck that. I don't feel like doing that.
Spells of ice work
So
well
it's just nice to not have to switch every party member out and have them attack one time just to do the AP thing.
Lightning and water are opposed.
I just wanted to share that with you guys, that I had that turned on. I think that's a great setting. I think that's a phenomenal setting. So now, in theory... Yep, every character's on there. Well, yeah, because normally what most people will do is they'll sit there and they'll slot every character in to go and attack an enemy. And it's annoying. It's kind of annoying, to be honest.
Take your time.
Dude, I'm loving these PS2 models. This was a good decision. I didn't know that they were gonna...
going, man.
I didn't know they were gonna go so hard.
Huh?
Are you ready?
What's going on?
Chapu didn't pray that day. Said he'd miss his boat. That should do it.
Clouds look beautiful in the background. This game is so beautiful. Like, I don't know what it is about the early 2000s, but they went through this period of time where they were all obsessed with, like, tropical island vibes. Throws a rock at the statue. Oh, that'd be terrible. Just look at this. Look how much color is in this right here. It's amazing. Look at that. Got oranges, reds, blues, purples, greens, yellows, whites, dark colors. Got blacks. Look at that. Looks good. Wow, wow, wow. Good, baby. Very good. Ugh. He's like, I'm here to kick your ass for trying to make me laugh at the temple. Huh.
That's enough.
What's with that guy?
Kimari Ronso, of the Ronso tribe. He's learned the Fiend's way of fighting.
That's not what I meant.
He's another Yuna's guardians.
Huh?
Sometimes we don't understand him either. Kamari doesn't talk much anyway. But he has protected me since I was a child.
He's just Kamari. Official ball. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh no.
A flyer! That's your department, right?
True. But, why don't we let our summoner show us what she's made of?
No.
Your first real battle. Let's see some style.
Show us what your training has taught you, Yuna.
Okay.
Now, just a heads up, I've given the Aeons texture improvements as well. 8K texture mods. Let's see how it looks. Oh, beautiful. Oh boy, look at that. You can even see the veins on his wings. You can literally see the veins on his wings. Alright, not bad. Get smacked. I guess I could use the energy ray, but that'd kind of be a waste. Hunga dalong, dunga dungalong. Wait, there's also grant permanent sensor. I want that on. Because that way I can always see their health and all the stuff, and I don't have to be wearing a specific weapon or whatever.
Another one of those. No problem. Leave this one to me, huh? Say good night, birdie. Yeah.
Yeah. The extra overdrive sphere, right? I think for the Aeons, like, you have to... I can't remember what you have to do. No worries, I appreciate you for saying something and I appreciate you for asking. But yeah, I do know of it, I just can't remember how to do it exactly off the top of my head. But do explain, I do... Excuse my yawn. I do remember that, though, but yeah, why don't you remind me how to do that? How do you do that exactly? Just use the overdrive a lot, right? It's back in the village. Ah, shit. Yeah! Oh, shit. I didn't know this was a thing, I don't think. I don't think I knew this was a thing at all. Oh, shit. So, if what legend said is true, we should receive an item that I might have never known about, ever. Something mangled and slobbery. Valifor has learned the overdrive energy blast. Is that how easy it is? Wong dunga dunga wonga dunga wonga dung. Do all Aeons get 2 overdrives? Or is it just Valifor? Just Valifor? Okay. See, I always thought you got it by just using the overdrive over and over again. I remember getting it a very, very long time ago. Like, a long, long time ago, but I must have forgotten how to do that. Let's just do this for fun and see what happens. I know the original one is... The original one's Energy Ray, but this one's Energy Blast. I was not ready for that hair whip. That hair whip was pretty insane. That hair whip was pretty insane. Yeah, that was good. That was some good stuff. That hair whip riled me up a bit. That was definitely a watch me whip, watch me nay nay kind of moment. This song makes me feel kinda gooey. I feel like there's tons of items I'm forgetting about. Just items galore. Just items galore that I'm forgetting about. Items galore. Oh, wait. I want items. I want items. 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 I want items from each of you. Items? Good. I want more items. 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 Good. Yes. Actually, we need to go get some gil. You want to know why we need to get some gil? Because we got a certain person we're going to meet that needs some gil. Oh. Oh, yeah. Alright. I know of 23 reasons why you need some gil. That's exactly right. Because of, oh god, the 23rd. All will remember the name of Big Bucket. Speed hacking? I'm telling you the final... No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. I'm getting some gil. For the thrill, I'm getting some gil. One gold dong, gold dong. Hey, why don't you settle down, big guy? You're the big guy around here. Giga Dunkle Dunk. Dude, do you guys know how close Final Fantasy VII was to winning the poll? The poll was a tie between Final Fantasy VII and this. And I was the last remaining vote, so I voted for Final Fantasy X. It was 2 votes for 8, 2 votes for 9, 3 votes for 7, and 3 votes for 10. And I decided to be the 11th vote and vote for Final Fantasy X. Dude, this sped up, like, lean is so hard. We need way more gil. How much gil do we need for a Waka, guys? Can someone tell me? Does anyone know off the top? Liquid steel? Ooh. Water strike? That'd be good for fire enemies, but not good for now. Yeah. I mean, I'll be real. I was surprised the Final Fantasy VII votes got so high. Actually, I'm just surprised in general how much of an even split it was between all 4 of the games. I wasn't expecting, like, I was even talking to my girlfriend about it, and she was just as shocked. She ended up voting for Final Fantasy X. Which is good. I'm glad she likes this game. It's a good one to get into. She's not awake right now, but she likes watching the reruns and stuff. Easy, Waka, easy. The P staff. Oh, now we're talking. My God. The Lulu. You got a P staff too? Oh, come on. It's not appropriate. He's all like, I got a P staff too. I always hate this part of the game because the characters always like to tell you, hey, that's my monster. And it like interrupts the flow of battle because they're sitting there freaking out about their monsters and who gets to attack what. Pearl Shield. Does anyone know how much I need for... Let me look. Real quick. Waka 23rd. Okay. $10,000 gil? That bird's flapping his ass off. I mean, he is. But you say shit like that to me, and it really riles me up. Like he's out here power flapping. You know what? I've had enough. So much leaning and screaming. I need an ability sphere. sphere grid. Oh, it is good. That energy blast is better in terms of damage? I didn't know that. I'm glad I learned that. That's a nice little trick. See, we need 10,000 gil. I know. He only gives discounts at 10,000. He has increased prices overall, but like once you give him 10,000 plus, that's when he'll decrease, and after that you don't give him any more money. But it's kind of like shit, that really sucks, because it's like I also don't want to be doing this forever. There we go. Dungle dung, one dungle dung, one dungle dung, one go dung, dingle one dungle one, go dungle dung. Oh, if we're not gonna use this guy, I don't know. 8% increase in magic's kinda great. So's Dark Touch. Which version of the soundtrack do you like more, this or the original? I don't know. There's only like 2 or 3 songs in the game that I like the original better, but honestly, I think the arranged is pretty good. But like, there's literally, I like the boss fight music that plays when you're fighting that giant bug monster. I think the original version of that sounds better. There's just a few of them, like I said. And once I started realizing that, I was like, it's not worth, like, I like a lot of the arranged tracks a lot better. See, all the ones I have equipped is all the expensive stuff, which is kind of sad. It's like, if I got rid of that, I'd be up another 1,000 or whatever. But I'm not. I think for now, just to get on with it, we have up until the Mihen High Road to get him 10,001 gil. So for now, I think it's kind of more important to just kind of carry on. I don't want a majority of tonight's playthrough to be me sitting around, dicking around, getting money, or trying to get money. Now, I do think it's beneficial to get, to unlock, you know, some levels and stuff like that. Totally okay with that, but, yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, if I had the steal ability, I don't. But then again, I think, doesn't Kamari get that pretty early on? Or no, Kamari doesn't get it. If you wanted to get it early on, you'd have to do the expert spear grid, I think, and I'm doing the regular one. More items.
Goodbye.
Boo.
What a nuisance, dude. Like, who the hell behaves like this? Who the hell behaves like this to just random strangers, dude? Like, if that were me, I'd be so fucking pissed. What are you looking at there, Titus? Dude, I'm so glad we used the PlayStation 2 models. This looks so good. I can't stop saying it. It looks so good. It looks so much better than the HD remaster models, dude. Shoutouts, serious shoutouts to the modder who got these up. Give me a second. They deserve a proper shout out. Here they are. So if you guys haven't checked these out, give me a second. If you guys haven't checked these out, this is who made it. Their name is Viakarin. Might be butchering that. But ultimately, on the left, this is what we abandoned. On the left is what we had, and we transitioned for what we got on the right. So the far right is what we're doing. We're doing the face with the hair. Because you can also do the hair separately, but we're doing the face and the hair. Because what happened originally was Impulse Arena. Oh, it's all good, Kodith. Welcome. No worries. But you'll notice here on the left is the HD remaster. The second one is the restored PS2 that they did a while back. This mod made it so you can do the HD remaster with the PS2 hair, or the hidden HD remaster hair, or you can do the PS2 hair texture. So I decided to go with the one on the far right. And I just wanted to give a proper shout out to this modder because, like, not only just Titus, but because of them, dude, our characters look great.
Come to think of it, I haven't told you where we're going. First to Kilika Island. Then we change boats and head for Luca. For that, though, Yuna's gotta pray at the temple. I'll be guarding. We'll be praying for the Aurochs' victory, too, so you come along, yeah?
Great plan.
Hey, it is a great plan.
Don't look at me.
What? There's a ball. Ball. But yeah, I'm just playing Final Fantasy X. We just started tonight. And, I want to get to Kilika before I get off for the night. Which is basically right around the corner. We'll arrive in Kilika before nightfall. Go on, take a nap or something. No. Oh, what a great day. The breeze must feel wonderful. I immediately just grab his little horn and right there and just start screaming at everyone.
Ooh, them's fascinating clothes you're wearing.
Don't you at
Yeah.
me.
Filthy, filthy. These won't sell. Or me name's not Awaka. Don't look like you got much money, either. I've no business with you. Out of me way.
Who do you think you are?
Whoa, whoa.
Merchant extraordinaire.
Awaka the who?
Don't know me? Well, not many do. Not yet.
Dude, I just...
But someday, the name of Walker will be spoken. Say, lad, you wouldn't have a...
Well, there's no point in giving him more until we're ready. Alright, so what we're gonna do is give him, like, that much.
I guess it pays to ask, thank ye kindly. Fine seed money for the Oaka merchant empire.
Take it easy with this
Much
Owaka
obliged,
business.
lad. I'll be sure to pay ye back.
Just screaming the words Owaka at me.
Have you got some to lend?
Hold on. I really hate that my game is doing that. Alright.
It figures.
Dude, I gave him some of my Owaka.
Have you got some?
No.
I'm not at liberty to talk about our plan.
Restricted area. Our operation depends on this cargo.
Well, I don't like you guys anyway. I think I'm gonna hurl. He seems real sick, yeah. I'm hiding over here because I'm gonna get sick too if I keep watching him. Potion. That wonderful. Introducing the power. Oh shit.
What the heck is that?
What the heck is what?
What is this place?
The power room, like it says on the door.
Yeah, but why the big birds?
What's so strange about chocobo power?
Chocobos? Those are chocobos?
What? You've never seen a chocobo? What kind of backwater island did you come from, anyway?
Miracles and oddities were starting to become daily routine on this trip.
Hey.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
First off, that's not how the Chocobo song goes. Second off, I was just told I can get 20 more potions. Talking about coming in here and giving it a good old love tap. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I like getting items. Hey. Hey, where's my item? Huh.
Word is that summoner's got noble blood. I heard she's Lord Braska's daughter. You don't say.
Lord Braska's daughter? So, is Yuna's father famous or something?
She's the daughter of High Summoner Braska. You saw his statue at the temple. Lord Braska defeated Sin 10 years ago. Yuna's the heir to a great legacy.
It's tough when your father's famous.
Huh?
Waka's a bit lacking in the imagination department.
Huh?
Thanks, Lulu. I'll keep that in mind.
Waka. Just to rile you guys up, here's what it's like with it off. And here's what it's like with it on. And here's what it's like with it off. And here's what it's like with it on. Off. On. Off.
The wind.
On.
It's nice.
In fact, I'm just taking a look at some stuff real quick.
You're a blitzball player, aren't you? From Xanarkin, right?
You hear that from Waka?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Waka. Waka doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you.
See, there's off, and there's on.
I've heard in Xanarkin there is a great stadium, all lit up.
Well, my
even at
OCD
night.
is kind of kicking in a
Great
little
blitzball
bit.
tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jack told me. He was my father's guardian.
Checked. My father. His name is Jecht.
Amazing! You know, our meeting like this must be the blessing of Yevon.
Sounds like him, but it can't be him.
Why not?
My old man, he died. 10 years ago, off the coast of Xanarkin.
I'm sorry.
He went out to sea for training one day, and never came back. And no one's seen him since then.
Why, that's the day that Jecht came to Spira.
But,
It's true, I first met Jecht 10 years and 3 months ago. I remember that was the day my father left. The date fits, doesn't it?
Yeah, but how would he get here?
You're here, are you not?
There we go. I realized the brights were too bright. What the? I guess my game randomly crashed. That makes me sad. Well, luckily it happened right before a save point. Wang dungle chung dungle wang chungle dung. Aww. It's okay. It's okay, little legend. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes you do shit like that and it riles me up. Sometimes you do shit like that and it riles me up. Turn it off and turn it on, turn it off and turn it on and off and on. Yeah, see, you like that? So now, we come back down here where we were. Boom. There. Alright, now. We need to get back into our boat. Luckily, there's an autosave. That's what I like about this HD remaster, is it autosave. Look at that. Right there. I can't... Shit. At least now, though, we can kind of admire the stuff we fixed. Because what I just did with the whites there,
it's nice,
is it reduced the power. So it's not, so like... Wait a second. So you could see the creases in her dress now. It's kind of like the contrast was too high, almost. So for instance, what I was working on is, notice how it was like here, and it was too bright.
You hear that from Waka?
So we tone it down, tone it down, tone it down. Around here is where it got good.
Waka doesn't believe
We technically need to go like further if we really want it to go good, but the problem is once you hit around here, it gets like too dark.
But I believe you.
Because then it looks weird.
I've heard in
that at
Xanarkand,
850.
there is a great stadium.
And then that was a
all
little
lit
too
up,
bright,
even at night.
so we bring that down.
Great blitzball tournaments are
bring
held
that
there,
down.
and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jack told me.
So
He was my father's guardian.
I'd say 870, but bring it down to like 830. And that would leave it in a good spot.
My father. His name is Jekt.
There.
Amazing!
Now you can see like the creases in her dress and everything, which was really important.
You know, our meeting
because
like this
when it was
must be
the other way around,
blessing
it
of
was all
Yevon.
blending in. When you're setting up brightness and contrast,
Sounds like, him,
like
but it can't be him.
Why not?
that usually happens when your contrast is too high.
My old man, he died 10 years ago, off the coast of Xanarkand.
I'm sorry.
He went out to sea for training one day, and never came back.
I love being able to do stuff like this. This is
And
fun.
no one's seen him
Like,
since
I
then.
enjoy stuff like this.
Why, that's the day that Jekt came to Spira.
But,
It's true, I first met Jekt 10 years and 3 months ago. I remember that was the day my father
Oh,
left.
cool. You can change it between being warm and cold.
The date fits, doesn't it?
yeah, but how would he get here?
You're here? Are you not?
What do you think you're doing? Stick a harpoon in him and we'll all get dragged
Yo,
under.
what's up, War Dog? Welcome back.
Sin is going for Kilika. We gotta distract it. Our families are in Kilika. Forgive us, Lady Summoner.
Wait! Oh boy.
Waka. Oh boy. Let's face it, guys. Waka somehow has a way, even when he's not trying to, of like being the comic relief slash like he like lightens the mood a bit, you know what I mean? Even when he's not trying to, he kind of lightens the mood. Let me see here. Okay. You're probably gonna see me mess with those as the game goes on every now and then because you guys know, we're all kind of like that. I'm a bit of a stickler for stuff like that. Honestly, yeah. Let's just get Waka, Kamari, and Tidus out here. Glad I noticed that early, though. That would have, like, really tripped me out later on.
How many of these things are there? The fin! Attack the fin!
See, this is what I love about this game, is this game knows how to use scale. It, like, knows how to make you feel small. Like, it does stuff like that and just reminds you, hey, in comparison to Sin, you are extremely tiny. Just to remind you. No worries. Okay, let's see. Alright, my plan is to bring Valifor out so that way I can get my overdrive, and then once I get my overdrive, I'm going to launch it on Sin. No! Oh, okay, I thought my game was about to crash. Oh, hell yeah. We did it! That water was a little slappy. Victory! 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 I know, I wish they'd come out. Like, I know they didn't put it in this cutscene, obviously, but I kind of wish the devs would have went, like, if we would have went back, they'd have sprinkled that in every once in a while. At least up until Luca, you know? Just to get us hype about the victory, you know what I mean? Victory! Victory! And like, we're all like, we get it, guys, we get it. Oh, man. We like your little poems. We like your little poems, my dog. Ding. Hey, we're not done yet, Big G. I need you to look up and see what we got going on over here. What do you mean? Well, this ship. And no, I'm not talking about dolphins. And now, for the moment you've all been waiting for. Violence, the 3rd edition. That's what it sounds like. Oh, fuck, dude. Don't fucking slap me like that. In front of Genghis over here, dude. Look at Genghis. And he was like, no, don't touch me with your tentacles. I don't want that. Just slapping the shit out of Walker. Yeah! That's a fun one. He must really enjoy doing that. That looks squinchy. Well, you spelled it as squinchy. Squinchy is spelled with an I, not an E. Unless if you intended to say it as squinchy. But I usually say squinchy. Oh, dude. Look at the flick of that wrist. Look at the flick of that wrist. Titus is like, dude. As long as you know what I'm saying. I mean, dude, look at the underbelly of that boat over there, dude. Like, the chocobos are the reason that that boat can even waddle around. Look at the flick of that wrist. Look at the flick of that. We flicked it so hard that its body's about to explode. Yeah. My God. No. No, not Kilika. No. No. Run, little Johnny, run! Oh. Oh no. Meanwhile, that guy is just sitting there like, oh. If you think about it, that'd be a pretty brutal way to die because you'd be getting slapped the ever-living shit out of you by every single board that's just flopping around in that entire thing.
When Sin attacked Xanarkand that day, I woke up in Spira. I kept hoping it would work in reverse, too.
I will defeat Sin. I must defeat Sin.
I was just fooling myself. Maybe it was that day, on the sea, under the burning sun. I started to give up hope.
That guy's lips on the right.
I was in a foreign world. I wasn't going home. This was my new reality, and I was stuck in it for good.
Man, I wish... See, the thing is I wish they'd still make Final Fantasy like this, dude. I feel like turn-based combat and everything, and the whole, like, backgrounds and all that and how it's set up. I spent all these years getting excited because I played this game in 2001.
I am the summoner Yuna.
Thinking, oh man, dude, it's only gonna go up from here, and instead it just only kept going
if
down.
If there is no other
here.
summoner here, please allow me to perform the sending.
Thanks, BT.
Our loved ones. We feared they would become fiends.
Please, take me to them.
Don't get me wrong, I know some people really like 12, 13, 15, and 16, but let's face it, guys. It has not been on the same sheet of... They have not been on the same sheet of music as the first 10 games. And I hate that for the series. Anyway. I'm wondering if this is a little too dark. This is where I kind of want to boost the shadows a bit. If I can help it. Is this shadow boosting? That didn't help. Because there's one where you can increase shadows. I'm trying to figure out which one it is. It would be like... I don't want to mess with that one because that one's good. I don't really want to mess with that. Clarity. Bit of dark. What does it make, like, dark parts softer? I don't know what that does. Just another form of sharpness, I guess. I wish there was a game around Blitzball. Yeah, that would be fun. I think generally everyone kind of feels the same about that. Most people like Blitzball. See, what I want to do is raise the brightness just a touch. I feel like the general settings are good, but I feel like it's like a brightness deal at this point. I'm looking at it and I want to say, like, there's one in here for brightness. Color matrix, no. Colorfulness, no. I mean, they had a Harry Potter game around Quidditch. That's fair. You know, I really like Reshade. Is that what this is called? Oh my gosh, it's kind of messing with my eyes. There we go. That's all I wanted. I just wanted the brightness up, so it didn't look so dark. I don't mind it being a little darker than that, though. Because before it was like that dark, which I don't think is okay. That's just too dark. Well, what's bothering me is there's gonna be a few dark areas ahead, and I don't want to, like... See, and that's what I was literally just thinking about, was I don't want to have to do this for every area I go to. Clarity's good. I like clarity. That's a good one. And that is whatever. It's not bad. Well, it's only because I had the HDR off. The HDR is what's making it kind of dark. I like the HDR because it allows the game to not look so flat. But it could be just my monitor, so actually let me look at it on my phone, because the phone is always a good litmus test. Is that what it's called? Litmus test or litmus test? Can't remember. Oh, come on, dude. Yeah, it's just my monitor. Hell, dude, on the phone, this looks great. Like, very high detail. Very, very high detail. Yeah, I think it's just because... So, I guess, so on our phones, that's one thing. Strife, from your standpoint, is this unenjoyable to look at? Be honest. Like, is it good? Is it bright enough, or is it like, you know... Yeah, with the sun setting in the scene, it's gonna be darker. I agree with that. I'm just using Strife as kind of our outside opinion. Because we're looking on our phones, he's on his computer. Because the thing is what sucks from my position is, since I'm kind of an unreliable narrator because of my because I'm the one driving the bus, so my monitors might be, like, causing me to feel or think differently. Okay. It's getting spooky in here. Okay. I like the way you put that. Alright, so then I think just changing that fixes it. I think what we were trying to do was we were overcorrecting the that scene where we couldn't see the ripples on Yuna's shirt. And what it did was it overdid it. What about now? Does it feel like it's better now? Now that we changed that back to default? Also, good morning to Irish. Kind of messed with it a bit more. It's eerie. Oh, it's Irie, like Irish. I feel like a lot of it's because of, like, obviously we're at the sunset. But it's a little frustrating because I could default it, But the problem I have is I don't like... It looks fine. Warning, I am biased, though. I prefer to not mess with the game's colors and stuff. Okay. Well, see, if we weren't messing with anything at all, this would be it. If we didn't mess with all... This is with everything off. This is with everything on. Everything off. Everything on. I think... I like having the phone up, because honestly, the phone does a good job. I think we just leave it as is now. Yeah, it's the HDR. Messing with the HDR brightness when we were on the boat is what got us in this situation that we're in. So I defaulted it back. I just didn't like that it, like, I felt like I couldn't see, the wrinkles on Yuna's, blouse properly. That's an indicator that the contrast is too high. I mean, there's a way to, like, fix that. Dang it, do I want haste? Yeah, to come back. I mean, in general, everything looks great. Like, I'm not really complaining. I don't even want to think about that right now. That's one of those things I need to actually take time to look at the screen and meditate. Yeah, I think what got us into this mess was messing around with the Radius 1 and Radius 2 here for the HDR. Actually, wait a second. I may have found a way to fix this in general and make us all happy. I want that at 850. I want that at 850. And then I am going to take this power, and I am going to drive it up. Okay, because this, what did these say? All right. I feel like this is good. I'm not saying it's good right now, but I just realized, in a way, you guys know how, like, the game will tell you, like, when you start certain games, it'll be like, get this as dark as you can until you see the symbol. Don't see the symbol. Get this as light as you can until you don't see the symbol. And then you do the whole thing where you, like, adjust it from there. I feel like that's all I needed to do right here. I, like, overcomplicated it. Like, that needs to be 850, that needs to be 850, and then just adjust the power of it. Because it was at, what, 1300? Yeah, we need to bring it up to, I want to say, like, 950. Nah, actually, more like, I'd say either 1000 or 125. We'll go... We'll go 115. Now, this should do. That's a good point. I think that's what you just said is a very good point, Strife. Now, I'm not going to continue. I'm not going to continue playing. But I am going to... I do want to watch the next cutscene to see if what we changed makes a difference. The very next cutscene. So we're going to go over here. And we're going to watch this cutscene real quick. As the last thing that we do tonight. And then we'll talk and fade out. But when we come back in on our next stream, we'll rewatch this cutscene. But for now, you guys get the treat of us watching it now.
Ascending? Are we going somewhere?
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem?
Yeah, from all angles, this looks a lot better. Now that we lowered the power of that.
Filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those
It looks
still
natural,
alive.
but it also looks like the lighting looks it's not obnoxious.
They envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate.
See, on my
Should
phone,
these
I'm watching it on
souls
my phone right
remain
now,
in
and on the
Spira,
phone, it looks
they become fiends
like unlike
prey
anything
on
I've
the
ever
living.
seen. On my phone, it looks
Sad,
unlike anything I've ever
isn't
seen.
it?
It looks 10 out of 10.
The sending
Like
takes
20
them
out
to
of
the
10.
far plane, where they may rest in
It's
peace.
actually almost better to watch this on a
Summoners do this?
phone in regards to like detail and quality because of how small it is. Because you can't see like the little weird granular details that you would on like a monitor. On a monitor, don't get me wrong, it still looks good, but it's just like I'm watching it on my phone, and out of the two monitors I have it on right now on the phone, it looks amazing on the phone. Yep, and the colors good, look good. All right, good. Her blouse isn't like bleach white, which is what we were avoiding. It was too shiny. Turn it off real quick, and it doesn't look like a too drastic change. Turning it on and turning it off, so it actually looks like it complements it. Because we want it to look like salt and pepper. We don't want it to be too aggressive. Turn it off real quick. On, off. Curiosity.
It must be tough, being a summoner.
Yuna chose her own path. She knew from the beginning what it meant. All we can do is protect her along the way, until the end.
Until the end? What's the end?
Nah, I think it's specifically because we're at a sunset area, and the way the lighting's set up in this area, it's all fucked.
Until she defeats
Because as soon as
sin.
we get to the next area with the lighting, I think even with it down, it's gonna...
Oh.
Yeah. Well, that's because there's
I
a
hope-
big net
I hope I did
right
okay.
here. That's what's making the edges of the screen
You did very
darker.
well. They've reached the far plane by now, but no tears next time. Hmm?
I wished there would never be a next time. No more people being killed by sin. No more sendings for Yuna. Everyone stood there watching her. It was strange, and somehow horrifying. I never wanted to see it again.
Perfect. It's the next day. Now we can literally see. So, see, this is all right. Now let me set it up to what we just had, just to see for fun. We were at 125. See, now it just looks kind of bleached. Because obviously it's bright daytime now.
Hey, you awake? Captain Walker's waiting for you.
Holy smokes, babe. Look at that little mama over there, guys. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that little mama. Oh. Look at that. Hello. Oh, wow. Tired. I was just getting ready to hop off. I'm kind of closing out with everyone right now, just messing with this. Hi, Tired. I'm War Dog. Goodness grace. See, I want to go over here real quick. Babe, we made it to Kilika. Babe, we made it to Kilika. Amazing. Yes. Yeah, no, it's definitely just because it was sunset. I don't know if you guys know why I'm doing this, so I'll explain. There's a certain thing that happens with contrast, and they usually use an image of a guy like wearing like a white button-up shirt with like some crevices, where you'll see some shadows here and there that like emphasize the wrinkles in the shirt. And if your contrast is too high, all of that will vanish and it'll just look like one plain random like cloudy flat piece, and it like disappears the wrinkles. And so when you balance the right amount of contrast or darkness and light levels, you get the perfect like detail for what would be considered the wrinkles on the shirt. So if you look at the clouds in the back over there, like right next to my camera, right here where my finger's at, you'll notice if I turn these off, those different little clouds, they just blend into one big poof. And what I'm trying to do is perfectly balance out the light and the dark in order to achieve what I was just talking about. But then when I do this, it gets a little too dark when it's dark, so then we have to, like, lower that a bit, so it boosts it a bit. I'm thinking if you find a middle ground. Yeah, exactly. That's where it's at. And it's like, it's not even that I have to do this stuff, because like Strife said, it's like we might have 1 or 2 areas where it happens, and in a way, it doesn't really matter to some degree, because it's like, you'll be dancing with that demon every different area if you decide to do that. I just think if I set it here, this is the good spot. I think we found the happy middle. I think I'm just gonna have to accept that in certain scenes, it'll be a little dark.
Ah, there you are.
And if it is, that's fine. I can fix it in
On to
post-editing.
the temple, where we pray for victory.
Go!
High Summoner O'Holland used to live in the Kilika Temple here. Yup. Lord O'Holland was once a great blitzer, you know?
Waka. Praying for victories, oh, good.
Something wrong with enjoying blitzball?
Is this really the time?
This is the only time. The players fight with all their strength. The fans cheer for their favorite team. They forget pain, suffering. Only the game matters. That's why Blitz has been around for so long. At least that's what I think.
Oh, my arms are
Whatever you say.
Let's play and win, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think we found
Temple's
a good
beyond the
spot
jungle
right
there.
here.
Let's go.
I think this is a good happy middle, what we've got right here, because I'm noticing on my phone, on my monitors, this looks just good. But the main thing is, too, is that you're gonna have a few dark areas, so like Kilika at sunset, maybe the mushroom place when we get there. Some of the temples might be a little dark, cave areas and stuff like that, but like, I mean, I know you got, anyone who's a veteran of this game already knows, this is a really bright game. In general, this game is really, really, really bright. So, the forest before the Guada, yeah, it's a little shadowy. So, Thunder Plains is gonna be pretty bad. So we'll have to mess with it quite a bit. I hate messing with it because I feel like it kind of brings out the immersion a little bit. Kind of feel like I like having that HDR because it adds a little life to the picture and it takes it away from just being like flat, basically. But at the same time, if it's not done right, it just kind of... Alright, so right around here is where it sits natural. You sit and you bring it to like maybe here. I think somewhere between 1100 and 1200 is the happy medium. Of having it like just dark enough to see some definition and then just light enough to not destroy it. Well, it's not true HDR. It's all of these are basically just a bunch of little effects. It's not true HDR. You might as well call these filters. All of these are just filters. No different than Snapchat. You just throw filters on everything. It's not true HDR. Like, you know, here's a film grain filter. I can turn this all the way up and make it look all crazy and blah, 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 you know? Do all that. Here. Let's reload. Let's reload at the, Yeah, that's very true. I want to reload back at the dark part and see what that looks like. I know you guys possibly couldn't hear it, but that scared the shit out of me because it always makes that flute thing so loud. The FF10 menu music, load up menu music is always ear-piercingly loud. See, everything was fine when we were at Besaid, but then as soon as we came to Kilika, my goodness. No, it literally just scared the shit out of me. I turned it off and it was like, do 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 do. I'm like, dude, stop. Why do you have to be so loud? Alright, see, this right here I feel like is pretty good. I put it at, where are we at? Like I said, I got it at 1150. Like I said, happy medium between, I said it was going to be something like between 1100 and 1200. I feel like this is a nice happy medium between light and dark. It gives off this nice silhouette because if you think about it, the sun is over there in the background. So it does make sense for this area, like hut, to be silhouetted like this. Not a big deal. Same with the character. I step out here, the character gets brighter. Obviously, as he faces the sun. This is with it off, this is with it on. It's not too much of a crazy difference to the point where it's like ruining anything. Just makes that a little bit darker. Not bad. Now we go and watch this cutscene. I think I found where I want it to be. I feel like 1020 was too high, but 1300 was too low, and now I feel like at 1150 this is a nice happy medium. So I just want to watch this cutscene one more time.
What's ascending? Are we going somewhere?
Are we going somewhere? She's like, no, you fucking idiot.
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem?
I just love how Lulu, like,
the dead.
If you think about it, like, okay, I'm not going on a big rant, but just a tiny rant here. What I love about Lulu as a character is she entertains Titus's ignorance, and she in the beginning she kind of is annoyed of him a little bit, obvious reasons, right? He's not even really supposed to be there, so like that's why she's annoyed of him. But she entertains his questions, and over time, I don't want to say it's like I don't want to say it's like a big sister, little brother kind of vibe, because I don't think it's that necessarily. But they definitely develop this like ability to talk to each other in a way that she doesn't talk to anyone else. And if you pay attention, if you pay close attention, Titus acts like a jackass with everyone other than Lulu. Whenever Titus is talking to Lulu, he's extremely respectful and very direct about what he's talking about. Because he knows that she's not gonna, like, you know, sit around and kind of, like, respond to him being nonsensical. So, it's there's always been, and I mean, I know you guys know what I'm talking about. I might not be explaining it very, you know, in the best manner, but there's a very definite difference in regards to how Titus and Lulu talk to each other. And I've always appreciated how whenever they talk to each other, they always talk as if though they're kind of stepping away from everyone, taking a step back and looking at everything as a whole while they talk about it. They do it in this scene, they do it in the snowmobile scene, they do it later on at some of the like the caves and other places. It's really interesting because he's the only one that she talks to like this, and she's the only one that he talks to like this. They both treat each other in like a really like non-typical way. Like Lulu doesn't treat anyone else like she treats Titus when she's talking to him. I'm not saying she's a bitch or anything, but she's definitely very like, you know, comes off as not very talkative. Like doesn't want to have conversations half the time. And when she does, it's usually like, you know, can we get on with it, or can you stop doing that, or, you know, why are you being foolish? Like very corrective kind of conversation, right? But when she talks to Titus, she takes the time to approach him and say, "All right, you don't understand this, so I will teach you. I'll explain things to you." But he poses questions to her that I don't think she's ever really considered, because the great thing about Titus in this world for them is he's an outsider. So, like, to them, they're just really locked in on their worldview, and he like unintentionally challenges their worldview constantly, and it forces them into a situation where they have to explain the worldview, and then he'll be like, "Well, don't you think that's kind of nonsense?" And then they're like, "Kinda," and then he's like, you know, and eventually as they continue to go on and on and on, they continue to just unravel these little layers of every piece of the onion. Now, am I going to spoil it? No, because there's some people in here who've never played this game before and it's their first time watching, right? So they don't want to be spoiled, and I don't want to spoil them. But what I'm trying to get at here is there's a very beautiful relationship that's established between each of the characters separately, obviously together, but separately via the main character Titus as a vessel for us. Because you don't communicate with Auron the same way you do with Lulu, the same way you do with Waka, the same way you do with Riku, the same way you do with Kamari. Everyone you treat differently. Whatever, we get that. But it's just interesting to kind of watch, you know, little moments like this where like the relationships between the characters kind of set in and evolve a little bit. You know, but that's how it's always been, got them thinking. Exactly. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, these conversations are extremely important. And what's great about Lulu and Titus talking to each other like this, and let's face it, Lulu, all these characters, but like Lulu is a great, like from a black mage standpoint in all of the Final Fantasies, Lulu is an excellent black mage because let me put it this way. In the other games, all of the black mages are kind of quirky and like weird. Um like if we look at all of the other Final Fantasy games, all of the black mages are kind of quirky and weird. 7, it's kind of because everybody can be a black mage and a white mage. I mean, obviously the staple white mage is Aerith. The staple black mage you could you know, say could possibly be Cloud, could possibly be Vincent, could possibly be Red 13, you know, could possibly be, you know, you know, Ketchi whatever, or Kate Sith, whichever you prefer. But it's kind of up in the air. Same with Final Fantasy VIII a little bit. It's a little up in the air. Final Fantasy IX, you got Vivi, but then they're very timid, very like Final Fantasy VI, you have a few different characters, but it's just there's such a big cast, it's not really highly defined. Final Fantasy V, it's the only one I hadn't beaten because you guys remember there was like a crash and I didn't go back and finish it because I didn't feel like it. But I can't speak much on 5, but I know they have the job system, so that's also a game where it's not super defined. Final Fantasy 4, they have some mages, but they're like children, so like they're not really like regarded in the same way you would look like at like an adult mage or something like that. They're obviously treated like kids because they're kids. And then 1, 2, and 3, Final Fantasy 1 doesn't really have much lore. Final Fantasy 2 has so many characters swapping in and out. So there's like, Minwu's amazing, but like, they just kind of do this Russian roulette of characters. And then Final Fantasy 3, you got the Onion Knights. It's the job system again. So there's not really a lot of like leaning going on a character. So when you, the reason I just bled all of this at you is I'm making the point. This is the first time in the series that we've met a black mage that basically commands respect without having to like say a word. Like she's dripping with intelligence. You just see it in her behavior and demeanor. Like this is a mage. So when it's kind of from my perspective, when he speaks to her, when Tidus speaks to her, it's like in a weird way, the way he speaks to her and how he approaches her, he respects that aura, that tone, that somewhat like natural hierarchy of being. Don't get me wrong, she does, they speak to her like she's just, she's in the group. It's not like it's that big of a deal. But it's like, how like everyone's like, oh, Lady Summoner, you're like, Yuna's a summoner. She's respected for she literally summons beings from an alternate plane. Lulu casts dark magics from energy, like made up of, whatever you call it, just magic for short. But, in their world, that's really impressive. So it's just, I personally think it's great because Lulu is one of the first characters in Final Fantasy X as a black mage that commands respect and basically hits the title of like a black mage without there being all this tomfoolery or whimsical bullshit getting in the way. It's like, no, this is it. This is the black mage. Done. Because nothing against VV or all the other characters I just named off several minutes ago, but no one really seems to take the role seriously. They constantly do this thing where they like introduce a character that's like, I'm afraid to be me. I don't know what I want to do with myself. And like, that's the character we're stuck with. That's like our mages. A majority of our mages in Final Fantasy act exactly like that. The next mage that came out that didn't act like that was Ishtola from Final Fantasy XIV. This lady. Ishtola, right? And Ishtola's amazing. She even goes under the alias of what's her name? The first witch. You know what I mean? It starts with an M. That's again, you caught what I said earlier when I said Minwu, right? You caught what I said earlier when I said Minwu. Don't worry, Strife. I will never in my life forget Minwu. Yeah, I will never forget Minwoo. You know, it just sucks because he was just a drive-by character, and I'm like, how are you gonna like insert what would possibly be the greatest mage in all of Final Fantasy, but only give him to us for like 2 hours? What the fuck? Dude, I will never forget that. That character broke every fucking rule. Every fucking rule of just magic in Final Fantasy in general, and then just disappeared off into, we don't even know where the fuck his story ends. We don't know anything else other than he showed up, oh yeah, I got you, and then just said, well, this is where our journey ends, bye. And we're like, what the fuck? This what? And his outfit was amazing. His outfit was amazing, dude. He came in with a turban and a cloak, dude. I'm like, I'm not gonna go on a Minwoo rant. You guys know, you get it, we get it. It just we'll have a Minwoo session at some point. It'll happen, but just fuck, dude. Dude, I get so fucking pissed when it comes to Minwoo because it's like, dude, that should have been like a main character. Because there's so many people that love Final Fantasy as a series and they don't even know that that motherfucker exists. I'm like, that's like, oh man. It's like, I never read the Old Testament, so I never heard about Moses. Who was he? Oh, you know the guy who parted the sea? Yeah, who's that? You never heard that story? What? Like, everybody knows, you know what I mean? Like, it's like something like to that effect. Like when everyone's just like, yeah, who's Minwoo? What's Final Fantasy 2? And I'm like, dude, you guys need to understand, this is some serious shit. This is some very serious shit. Yeah. I've never played that, but I'm glad to hear that's the case. They have a Final Fantasy Minwoo Magic the Gathering card. And I was going to make a Magic the Gathering commander set based off of Minwoo as like the commander. But it's in the back of my mind, but I don't know if I'll do it because I don't know if it like there's a lot to it. It would be called a cleric tribal deck. It would basically be a whole deck with nothing but a bunch of white mages. And they basically stack abilities off of each other and summon each other. It's like a token deck. And then like Knights of the Round would basically be the pinnacle of the deck. Even better than the Pixel remasters? That's a bold statement you're making there, sir. But it could be a deadly deck. It could be a deadly deck. Did you look it up, babe? Fuck, I got it. Damn it, she got me. Oh, yeah, she got me riled up. She got me riled up now. I have to show you guys this. So they got Minwoo. They got Minwoo. And what you have here is his ability is he gets Vigilance and Lifelink. So basically Vigilance means like if you use him in battle, he never like has to like tap, which means like he goes in an inactive state where you can't use him to defend or anything like that. So having Vigilance means you don't need to do that, meaning he constantly stays active even after you've used him. He doesn't like deactivate. And then Lifelink, which means if you attack a player, you gain life from them. And whenever you gain life, put a +1/1 counter on each cleric you control. And so then what you would do is you would literally have a shit ton of white mages. This is why it would be, granted, white mages would be referred to as clerics, but you have a cleric tribal deck. Oh no, I know, babe. When I was talking to Blaine, I almost picked him as my first commander. I picked Xenos though. I picked Xenos as my my first commander because I mean Strife knows it's just fucking funny as all hell. Because because Xenos, as we all know. Oh, hello there. Who's this stupid son of a bitch that you're putting up with? Oh yeah. See. Have you seen the Xenos controversy? Not the real controversy, it's just funny. No. I'm at a point where like I'm trying to get my girlfriend deeper into the story because I want her to get to that point. Because I just want to fawn over that moment and talk to her about it for like a few days, like at a time. I only have a limited amount of people that I can even talk about that shit to. Which is basically everyone in our guild. Which is my favorite moment in almost any. I mean, some of you guys were lucky enough to be there to see my initial reaction. But I had to stop the game for like I think like 30 minutes because I was laughing so fucking hard. It to this day is still like I think the most riled up I've ever been at the pinnacle of what I expected to be the most epic thing that turned out to be even greater than what I could have ever imagined. And then to sprinkle on top of it, the music was phenomenal. I'm talking like orchestras and heavenly choirs of people just violently singing. I'll stop before I spoil anything else, but that was just amazing, dude. Golly. I play Commander socially so I could proxy up a menu deck, but mostly I'm that guy that just shows up and asks for a deck. That's fair. My buddy, myself, Blaine, a few of my friends, a good majority of my friends, my buddy Blaine, his wife, me, my girlfriend, Jared just got himself. He used to play, but he got rid of his decks. But now, since we started playing again, he got his decks back. Matt plays, but he only likes playing on the MTGA. Jim obviously plays. You guys all know Jim. Jim plays. So everyone plays this. I'm the new guy. I'm the new guy in all of this. So like Blaine was all like, "Oh, they got the Final Fantasy set," and rubbing it in my face with the Final Fantasy set. And I'm like, "Fine. I'll go look at these Final Fantasy cards, and if I find a commander I like, I'll pick one." And so I picked Xenos, and it was a good deck. I won my first game with it. Which I got very lucky. I got very lucky it worked out the way that it did. It mostly was because he was using a Kratos deck and he slapped the shit out of himself in the middle of the game and like literally removed like 13 to 20 of his own life points by making a mistake. Yeah. 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 But mostly I'm that guy that shows up and asks for the deck. The smirk face. I like the little smirk face. I need to hold on. I'm not doing a good job at this. EDH rec is what I meant to show you. So now when we do the average deck for a, let's just say a 4 bracket, any budget, granted some of these cards are expensive. This is just an example. Look at all these clerics. Granted, they're not all going to be from Final Fantasy. You're going to have like Aerith here, but you got some of these other guys. Boom. This is cool. Exemplar of Light. You got some angels. That guy's a pimp. Grand Abolisher. Human. This is a pimp. I don't care what any of you guys say. That right there is a pimp. Guide of Souls. You got a rabbit. But see, these are all the cards that you would have with it. And it would basically come out like that you're just out here with a bunch of clerics. And the more clerics that you have, just remember, again, it's good to have all these clerics because whenever you gain a life, put a +1/1 counter on each cleric you control on the field. This is good shit. This is very good shit. So, ooh, the Wind Crystal from Final Fantasy. So you can do that, but if you don't want to do a bracket 4, which is kind of like a upper tier deck, and you're like, I need to do a budget deck, who would I do with budget? Got a lot of these. And most people don't even do bracket 4, they do bracket 3, which is technically average, like a good average deck. So you got all these are cool. But anyway, that's where you could go if you wanted to build a deck around a commander or whatever. But it's good stuff. It's fun stuff. I like the Final Fantasy set for all the cards. Final Fantasy is great. Go look up. Try not to take too long. We're just talking, but you know, look like Vivi, you got Kefka, Sephiroth, Kuja, you got Choke, dude, Golbez, dude. I freaking got Emperor Palmesia literally looks like David Bowie from the Labyrinth. I mean, literally, look. There's no way they didn't like do this on purpose. Look at that. Emperor Palmesia literally looks like David Bowie from the Labyrinth. Truly the Goblin King. Got Squall, you got Clive, Genova, dude, Sin. I could go on. Exactly. I don't, hun, I don't know what you, I don't know what you mean. Look at they got Go-Go. Look at they got Go-Go. You're riling me up. Cecil, they got Ishtala before she became a badass. The Woo. Look at they got the Woo. Absolute Virtue. Come on, guys. Zodiark. Fucking love Zodiark. When Zodiark enters, each player sacrifices half of the non-god creatures they control of their choice rounded down, which basically means everyone needs, unless if they're playing like some form of a god deck, like everyone has to sacrifice half of their creatures, which can be huge when you're playing like a late game. X-Death coming in as Neo X-Death after, you know, conditions are met. You got Queena. Dude, oh, I could go on. I'm going to settle down. Anyways, this whole point that I was making was to respect that since Minwoo, we haven't had an actual black mage, in my opinion, that was worth a damn since Lulu, which rhymes with Minwoo, which means we can only take certain mages seriously if they have a syllable in their name that involves ooh. My mate made me a dino deck for my first outing with the guys. Let's just say I may have stomped. I like that. Dino decks can be fun. I've never had one or played against one, but I've seen them online and I think they look cool. I'll admit, the little boy in me is like, ooh, dinosaur. Like, but yeah. So at the last FF con, Yoshi P was on stage and was doing Q&A and was asked about doing a butt slider and brought up that imagine your sword on your back and armor, and your butt just clips through it. Then someone mentioned, but look at Xenos, and had to give it up and probably jokingly said, fine, we'll look into a butt slider. Then someone mentioned long hair, and he mentioned again that it might cause clipping, and someone else again brought up Xenos. Like, look at Xenos, though. He said, fine, I'll look into it. He's like, I hate Xenos. The video's here. It's good for a chuckle. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh, dude, the one and only. Look at him. Oh, hold on.
Making the butt large.
ここに剣がついてたりさ、
So say you had a sword sheath on your side,
マントがあったりするじ
or
ゃ
if you
な
had a
い。
cape hanging behind your back,
そのまま大きくすると全部突き抜けるんだよ。
and if the butt is larger than it's supposed to be, it's gonna stick out. You're gonna see some flipping.
なんだって？
What is everyone saying?
あ、
Xenos. Xenos pulls it off. Xenos.
Zenos はできてるじゃないですかって。
いや、あれは、じゃあ、わかったわかった。
I'm just relaying. I didn't vouch.
わかったわかった。I'm losing.
I understand. I understand.
I'm dying. Okay. I'm wiped.
No.
Okay. Okay. じゃあ、いい、もう、ぐだぐだ言わずにトライします。じゃあ。
Okay, okay. I'll stop trying to drag my feet now. I'll try to talk about it or discuss it with my team once again.
All right. Can you make long hair options, please? Like long enough to where it is maybe lower back, upper butt, question mark.
いやいやいやいやいやさ。
Wait. Wait.
さっきはお尻。
Earlier we talked about butt. Now we want long hair.
ね、ウォーリアー・オブ・ライトってさ、さっきの話じゃないけど、剣をね、背負ったり、鎌を背負ったり、いろんなものを背中にくっつけるでしょ。
I mean, it's similar to what I said earlier. All of you warriors of light would have your, say, sword sheath at your side, or maybe you have a scythe on your back.
髪の毛長いと危ないよ。
I mean, if you have long hair, that might get accidentally, you know.
It's danger.
やばい、ゼノスも挑発。
Xenos gets everything.
Oh, that's not fair to bring up Xenos.
いや、分かった。分かった。
Okay, I hear you though. I hear you.
お尻と髪の毛は聞いておきますよ。
So I will ask the team about butt slider and hair.
Don't talk Xenos, please.
Don't bring up Xenos anymore, please.
Please. I hate Xenos.
Oh, you do you? I don't. He's actually like my favorite character in the entire series. Oh my god. In fact, Xenos might be one of my favorite villains in all of Final Fantasy. And for those who've made it as far as I've made it in that story, when you get to that point where you just know why, you'll be like, oh, I know why. I know why. And it's... I don't know how else to put it, man. I'm literally I'm scraping my brain right now thinking, oh, who else is a great villain? And everyone's just like, oh, but Sephiroth, like, nah, too mundane. Oh, but what about Ultimecia? Nope. Did the timey-wimey trope. They've already done that before. Oh, what about ultimate absolute virtue? Nope, no one even knows who that guy is. Kefka, he's kind of like the Joker. Very good, would have been first place, but close second. What about, the Emperor? Oh, forgettable. X-Death, nah. You could just go, I could go on. I could be like, I could go on. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, but, that's the problem with Final Fantasy XIV is its villains have outclassed the main series villains. Like, don't even get me started about, what's his name? The Asian that everyone was obsessed with. Damn it. You guys know who I'm talking about. That everyone's obsessed with that was in Shadowbringers. His name is I'm gonna hate myself when it. Come on. I know who it is. It's Emmett Selk. Emmett Selk. Emmett Selk has even outclassed a grand majority of the mainline Final Fantasy villains. There's literally so many villains in Final Fantasy XIV that have like unintentionally outclassed the main series villains. Now, I'll give Arden from Final Fantasy 15 like a tip of the hat. I will admit I didn't give two fucks about Final Fantasy 15. But that Arden DLC episode Arden, yeah, it was pretty good. Arden gets a bow. Arden gets a bow. But yeah, there's not a lot of villains in Final Fantasy that like have wowed me the way that some of the villains in 14 do. Anyway. So the whole reason this whole Minwoo like derailing that led into all of that happened was because we were talking about how Tidus respects Lulu from a like conversational standpoint. And the reason this is fucking important is because without anyone having to say a fucking word, that is the aura that she gives off, is that she is the Black Mage. The Black Mage. That's it. And what's best about her is there has been no other Black Mage before her. Minwoo doesn't fucking count, Strife. He's on his own fucking platform. Don't worry, I haven't forgot. Because I wouldn't consider him necessarily a white mage either. He's just a fucking anomaly, but he's great. We all know he's number one. But Lulu is the first Black Mage in the series, in my opinion, that essentially commands the respect of being the Black Mage without having to say it out loud. Anyway, I will go on.
Need guidance.
Oh my god. I just rambled at you guys for a minute.
Filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate. Should these souls remain in Spira, they become fiends that prey on the living. Sad, isn't it? The sending takes them to the far plane, where they may rest in peace.
Summoners do this?
All right, the main reason we did this, guys, in the first place too is because we messed with like what I would consider it's the HDR, but I would consider it the contrast. What we're trying to do is I wanted to see the lighting of this scene, honestly, because when we turn it off, this is what it looks like. It's a little washed out, but this right here should be what we want. So off, washed out, on. Off, on. And I think we're looking good now. I think we're looking perfect. Now, from a storytelling standpoint, again, the reason this is important is because a bunch of people just died from essentially a hurricane that was brought on by Sin being in the area. And she needs to send the souls of the dead to the afterlife, because if she doesn't, their souls will remain here and turn into monsters. And so it is very customary for summoners to perform sendings, where they send the souls of the dead to the afterlife so they don't turn into fiends. And well, obviously everyone in the background hates this because they're truly physically watching their loved ones be sent away to the afterlife, a place that they can't go. I mean, well, technically they can go there, but it's, you know what I mean. But what's great about this scene is, like, in a weird way, like, Tidus watching right here, you can't pause it, that sucks. But I always like how they get the shot of Tidus watching this whole thing, because it's almost ominous in a weird way. Like, part of it, you can tell he's, like, watching her perform this, like, ritual in a way that's, like, him being mesmerized by it. But on the flip side, it's almost as if though it's terrifying at the same time.
Being a summoner.
Yuna chose her own path. She knew from the beginning what...
So, like, again, this is like, from his perspective, as a guy who doesn't know what the fuck's going on, he's, like, mesmerized by what he's watching, but also meditating on it like, this is terrible. This is absolutely ridiculous. And, like, Lulu is the only one when he has these moments, like, she kind of, like, what's the word? He doesn't feel comfortable enough to kind of, like, poke and prod questions from other people the same way he likes to poke and prod questions from Lulu, and she entertains it. And so he's the one that'll turn to her and be like, this is fucking nuts, and she'll be like, yes, it is. It's pretty fucking gnarly.
What it meant. All we can do is protect her along the way, until the end.
Until the end? What's the end?
Until she defeats Sin.
Oh.
I hope I did okay.
You did very well. They've reached the far plane by now, but no tears next time, hmm?
I wished there would never be a next time. No more people being killed by Sin. No more sendings for Yuna. Everyone stood there watching her. It was strange, and somehow horrifying. I never wanted to see it again.
Like I said, mesmerizing because it's his only time and first time seeing it. But again, as he said and commented, it was terrifying. All right, so the good news is I like where we've balanced this out now. Graphically, this looks good. Well, not graphically. Brightness and contrast, really.
Hey, you awake? Captain Walker's waiting for you.
Captain Walker. Yeah, I think we reached a nice happy medium here. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I'm going to take Strife's advice and mute this. So I never have to hear it again. All right, let's test it. Thank goodness. Yeah, I don't ever want to hear that again. Let me just, I will answer your questions. Yeah, I think he's a reasonable shout out. It's a reasonable shout out. He fits the vibe. He passes the vibe check. Only problem is, though, is he's basically more of a sage rather than a black mage because he does white and black magic. Which there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you're hitting the nail on the head there. Shantoto, I wouldn't... Shantoto, I wouldn't, only because I haven't played Final Fantasy 11 like that. And I guess maybe she's in Final Fantasy 14 from what I'm spoiling myself to at the moment, but I don't know that yet. But again, we got to remember those couple characters Shantoto came out after Final Fantasy X. I'm talking about before Final Fantasy X. I'm saying up to Final Fantasy X, there wasn't really a black mage that just came out and said, "Oh, hey, you know, I'm like in your face." I will give Fusoya respect because I do remember now, granted faintly, that he did a great job commanding, like, his prowess. But, like, you know, Golblez, I'm not trying to say villains can't be, but, like, I'm saying in your party. Like, yes, I get it, but you could say Kefka then at that point, you know? You could say Ultimisia, you know, at that point. I'm talking about, like, in the party. Like, in the party, we're always given somebody... Oh, good, we can go to different I'm gonna go to different locations just to see the darkness on the screen. Oh, good, this is perfect. Oh, damn, this actually looks great. This looks great here. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go to different locations and see. I think, guys, we did it. I think we did it. I think we did it. I was worried about the dark plains. Or the thunder plains. But yeah, when we stream next time, it'll be nice because we got all this set up. But no, I still heavily think Lulu is one of the first black mages in the Final Fantasy series to really just put her feet down and just be a black mage worthy of respect. Don't get me wrong, I'm not taking away, like, Fusoya and a couple of the other characters, but I'm just saying, really think about 7, 8, and 9 for a second. You know, we're talking many, many years that people went with, like, dealing with, like, characters like Vivi as the black mage, or just, like, a coin toss of whatever character you want it to be up in the air. Okay, that looks looks good. That looks a little dark, but whatever. Not a big deal. Some spots look a little dark, but like it's also like not bad because they're not full screen. Temple, but I expected that. Let's look at the beach. Beach is kind of a big deal. Because there's just so much sand. This is normally where the sand is like blinding you. And this looks pretty dang good. Like, hold on. Let me talk to you real quick. Let me talk. Dang it. Okay, whatever. It looks fine. Okay. All right. I'm done testing the stuff. I mean, I know what you're talking about with Lulu. Yeah. I think it's just, and I haven't played Final Fantasy IV the after years. I know some people are like, what? Like, that's, you should have. But I really only played the mainline ones, not like the sequels. With some of them. But I think we had a great first stream tonight for Final Fantasy X. For those watching the playback, the YouTube video for Final Fantasy X will be a lot more clean. I'm not really sure I'm not really sure how I'm going to edit Final Fantasy X because with like Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil, I can go with a little bit of the choppy, like, all over the place because there's like, it's got a lot of physical action input, meaning I can do funny things because I can control the characters in various ways, but Final Fantasy X is going to be hard to kind of be comical and do a lot of weird jump cut stuff in because it's going to have to be a lot on verbiage and context, and little things like that because since the gameplay mainly revolves around turn-based action, it's hard to make, I'm not saying it's like, super hard, but it's like difficult to make comedy sketches off of combat that I really can't control other than hitting attack. Because like, in Metal Gear Solid, I could crouch up and down really fast and be weird and choke the guards, and Resident Evil, I could allow myself to get attacked or do random things or whatever, but in FF10, I can really only just walk around and then get into battles. So from an editing standpoint, that puts me in the position of, well, I might need to output Final Fantasy X a little bit differently. Now, am I going to include every single battle in there that we have? No, I don't think that's entertaining for people to watch in regards to like maybe a short form playthrough is, in other words, people probably are going to want to see the cutscenes, the boss battles, maybe one or two random fights with enemies if it makes sense or if something funny happens or, whatever. But other than that, in a short form Final Fantasy X style edit, it's one of those keep the ball rolling. Let's go. Keep the ball rolling kind of things. So when we edit for FF10, it's going to be a lot more clean cut and to the point. There was a lot of fun things that happened today, so don't worry, it's not going to be like boring or anything. But it's just I'm already meditating on how I'm going to kind of chop up FF10 because Final Fantasy X, for those that don't know the game, like it's going to be a long playthrough. This is going to be a game that could last me, depending on how I do this, it could last me like a month. Because the thing is with the Final Fantasy games is the grinding is what really makes these games long. Now, granted, what I could do is I could do off-stream grinding, so whenever I get back on stream, every time we actually stream, it could just be boom, story mode, story mode, story mode. Or main event, boss fight, whatever, because I know there's a lot of boss things that people want me to do. Like, I'm sure people want me to do the super boss and other stuff like that. I will look into all of the requirements it takes for all of that. But my big thing is I'm going to do my best to streamline this playthrough in a way where we can enjoy the story. We can do the optional side quests that we want to do and enjoy the lore and like its different little facets, because I know Final Fantasy X is a wonderful game. And guess what? If you guys didn't know it, it's the 25th anniversary of Final Fantasy X this year, as of like a couple weeks ago. So, you guys are definitely here to see it at the right time. So celebrate Final Fantasy 25-year anniversary. I would definitely recommend the grinding off stream. Yeah, I really want to do that because I think it saves you guys a lot of time, because you know, not to sound sassy about it, but I get it. People aren't going to want to come in here and watch me grind for like 3 hours. The same mob of enemies at like the Highlands or Makalania Forest. Guys are going to come in here and want to see the cutscenes and the story and hear some jokes and kind of talk about the lore and some things like what we just did a little bit, right? So I'm going to try to do grinding off stream. Like if it's like I know for a fact like shit, I really need to grind, I'm not going to waste time getting on a stream if it's just going to be me running around in circles grinding. Yeah. No, that's my point. And that's a big lesson I've learned in the last couple weeks, like with Metal Gear Solid 1 and Resident Evil. I've learned so much about what actually matters and what doesn't matter. And as much as it hurts my soul, there's a lot of things I used to think that were important and then I learned are not important. And the feedback I get from everyone else, like, you know, and some of it even being you guys, shows me that like 80% of my content from a post editing standpoint is not important. And I mean that's a majority of creators. That's not just me. So that's why doing FF10 is going to be a little strange and a little different, because this game isn't really set up for me to rock'em sock'em, if you will. Like in Resident Evil, I could run up to a group of zombies and manipulate the zombies however I wanted to make like a funny thing happen or to do something silly or to control when I could blow their brains out at the moment I'm screaming some profanity or doing whatever to make it funny. Or Metal Gear Solid, I could go run up to a guy who's using the urinal, wait for him to use the urinal, choke him out, and then make a bathroom joke. And everyone like, ha ha ha, you made a bathroom joke. You know, I could manipulate the environment and the enemies a bit. This game, I can't manipulate the environment and the enemies. So, since I can't do that from a comedy standpoint, I have to be really overselling in, like, some of the jokes that we're telling as we go on, or, you know, things like that. And that's where FF10, this is going to be a really interesting project for me to edit. Because I'm going to have to learn how to not multitask, but I'm going to have to learn kind of how to like wear multiple hats kind of thing. Because after Final Fantasy X, I plan on us playing Zelda. But the thing is with Zelda, and I already talked to my friend Jared about it, Zelda might be the one series that I'm like, I want to do this in order. I don't mind doing Resident Evil out of order. I don't mind Metal Gear Solid, I think, needs to be done in order, but I think it's for you guys that are Metal Gear Solid veterans, you guys respect why it needs to be done in order, either by the chronological timeline or the release order timeline. But you guys get it. I don't want to just do that all over the place. What Zelda are you starting with? It's probably going to be the Skyward Sword. It's like if I do Zelda in terms of the actual timeline for the Zelda series, it's going to have to be Skyward Sword. But if I don't, because here's the other thing, I don't have to do the timeline for the Zelda series, and I could just kind of do whatever. But, you know, if I do that, then it's kind of like I could play whatever, which could also be exciting. Because the timeline isn't like, in a way, the timeline can be explained at any point in time. It's not like something that I need to do, like, oh, guys, we need to go, blah, 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 because if I skip this game, you won't understand what's going on. Not really. Like, the timeline in Zelda is so loose that it's like, it's really only the people that care about it that, like, it matters to. Anyone who doesn't know anything about it, it's not really gonna cause a it's not really gonna cause a problem. Like, for example, oh shit, I never knew this. What the fuck? There's an updated timeline that apparently after Skyward Sword. No, it's actually even more complicated than that. War Dog. Technically, after Zelda the Skyward Sword, we could jump straight into Zelda the Breath of the Wild and then Zelda Tears of the Kingdom if we wanted to get really complicated with it. Which this changes everything because in a what the 1 second. Sorry about that. Anyways, sorry about that. My cat's knocked something over. Luckily, nothing's broken or anything like that. So, with Zelda, though, well, actually, I don't want to spoil that, but anyway, with Zelda, let me put it this way. You guys saw it for a glimpse of a second. There is a couple of different ways we could go about this. We could go and play either way at the end of the day. Let me put it this way. Zelda is going to start with Skyward Sword. But then after Skyward Sword, we can either go the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom route, which I think is the easiest thing to do, because if we go Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, we can get the most modern Zelda story with the most modern everything all out of the way. So then when we go to the past, we can admire all of the past games and say how, oh, look at this thing that contributed to this game. But if we don't, and it's fine if we don't, we play Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, Four Swords, then Ocarina of Time. And then after Ocarina of Time, we would need to take a vote on whether we're going to do the Fallen, the Child Hero, or Missing Hero timeline. And then after those timelines, we would have to take a vote on which ones we're going to do next. And if we do the Fallen Hero, several of the games in that timeline kind of take place in a little bit of a bubble. And then from there, you'd have to go Link Between Worlds, Triforce Heroes, Echoes of Wisdom, then the first Legend of Zelda Game & Watch, which I don't think we can talk about it. We're not going to do that one. And then The Adventure of Link. So there's a lot of ways we can do this. I think what would be most interesting for the community, I think the community would really like it, is if we did the Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom first. And let me explain why, because some people might be like, well, Farron, I want to see Ocarina of Time. The reason why it's important that we get Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom out of the way is, I'll just put it like this. I'm not saying Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is a nothing burger. I don't want to put it like that. I don't. But the thing is about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom is there's so much going on because of the world space that it's really hard to digest everything. Like, yes, there is a lot of call-outs and little pieces of lore here and there all over the place, but you're not going to, like, really understand it unless if we play all the other games for you to be like, oh, look at that little reference of a thing over there that I, barely understand. So I think knocking out Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom right away does several things for us. One, what it does is it gets the most modern content out of the way and posted on the channels. And what that does is people like modern content, because right now all of the buzz is around Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So that will bring people in who want to see that, because there's some people that only care about that. The people who care about like the older stuff might not really care about the older stuff because they haven't, been introduced to the newer stuff. And there's probably some people out there who only want to see the newer stuff if they're going to see it. So I look at it as, if we knock out Skyward, Breath, and Tears, you pretty much got the last 10 years of like the future knocked out right there. And then boom, you go back and say, all right, now we're going to go Minish Cap, Four Swords, Ocarina, and then go down into everything else where you can like truly, really appreciate a lot of the stuff. And then if we want to go back to Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild later on to do a victory lap later on, we can. But I'm just saying, if it takes like, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Like 21 games to get to Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, you know what I mean? There's some people that really want to see Tears of the Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom the same way that they want to see Ocarina of Time. So I think the best way we could do it, honestly, is it kind of sucks because I don't think we should do the fallen I don't think we should do the fallen hero timeline until like the end of this whole thing. I think there's two ways we're going to do this. And I'm going to show you guys as best as I can without spoiling. Okay, I took a snippet. So how we're going to do this in this snippet is there's Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword will break off into either into Ocarina or Breath of the Wild. What I will do after I beat Skyward Sword is I will take a community vote. When I take that community vote, I will let everyone know, hey guys, based on this community vote, you are either picking going into the Ocarina of Time timeline or going into the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom timeline. And what that's going to do is, okay, you guys are either going to pick a side where you have to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games before we decide again if we're going to touch Breath of the Wild. So it's either you pick Breath of the Wild now, or you got to wait 9 games until you get to Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. And there's a lot of people that are like, well, I would really like to see Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom now. So that's kind of the disclaimer I'm going to put out there is like, hey guys, if you want to see the newest Zelda content now, you might want to say something. Otherwise, because if you vote for the other one, it's going to be 9 games until you get to see it. You know, and that's a lot. Because 9 Zelda games to get to Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom could be pretty crazy. Now, am I going to be able to play every game? No, I don't really think so. I don't really know. So, like, to be honest with you, we might not play this. You know, we might do a synopsis of that. We might not play this. Might do a synopsis of that. Why? Because I don't know if, you know, I don't know if they're on the Switch or not, but we might not be able to play those, and I don't know if I want to emulate them. I can definitely play this one for sure. I can play that for sure. I can play this for sure. I can play that for sure. Same with this. But we might not be able to play these two. And the Minish Cap I know is on the Switch, I think, for sure. So, like, there are some games we might not be able to play because either, like, I just don't feel like emulating them or it'd be difficult to put together. But I'll be honest, if someone was saying, "Well, Yorelai, what do you want to do? Like, what do you think we should do?" If it were all up to me, I would say I think the best way to start this off would be to go the past timeline route, which shoots us down to Breath of the Wild. Because in my opinion, you knock Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom out, you don't ever have to worry about it again. Because, like, I mean, we can do a victory lap way later on down the road, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of, okay, you know, we come in here, get that done, knock out Breath of the Wild, knock out Tears of the Kingdom, and then boom, anything to do with this supposed timeline is just done. There's no more, having to worry about that. We'll have to look at it because I think see, that's the thing. I'll be very direct with you, Strife. And this isn't just directed at Strife. This is everyone. When we get to the point where we beat Ocarina of Time, the expectation is we don't have any interruptions and we roll immediately into Majora's Mask. And then we roll immediately into Twilight Princess. And, I'm not saying we won't play these games. I'm not. I'm not saying we won't play these games. I'm just doing this visual right here. I'm just saying when it comes to these 3 games, hold on, let me change color real quick so it's easy for everyone to see. I'm just saying when it comes to these 3 games right here, to some people, this is all they fucking care about. Some people don't even care about any of all this other stuff. Hell, some people don't even care about this, which is like the beginning. You know what I mean? Some people only care about these 4 games right here. And that's all they want. So, like, for me personally, once I get to the Ocarina of Time, like, it is a very, like, we're rolling a ball that's not gonna stop rolling kind of thing. Like, it might be one of those things where once I beat Zelda Ocarina of Time, we might immediately just roll into Majora's Mask. Because what I'm doing is I'm kind of rotating games in and out. Because once we're done with Zelda, we'll go back to Metal Gear Solid, but, like, we're going to probably do Metal Gear Solid 2 or 3 based on what we want to do. But, like, we're hopping series to series to series. With, like, maybe a few random things sprinkled in there. Like, when Path of Exile 2 comes out later this month, yeah, I'll probably do a couple videos where I run a character all the way to endgame, and then call it a day after that. I don't plan on making Path of Exile, like, I'm not going to do what I did last year where I played Path of Exile 2 for like 3 or 4 months in a row. Type of shit. But I'm just being transparent. We're going to have things like that come up, kind of like Arc Raiders updates, things like that. But my big thing is what I want to do is we're going to keep going on this roulette of Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, Final Fantasy, Zelda, maybe sprinkle a Sonic or Sonic Adventure 1 or Sonic Adventure 2 in there at some point somewhere. Only the Sonic games I care about, not all of them. Just like, again, Adventure 1, Adventure 2, maybe 2006. Yep, maybe some other ones in there, ones we'd like to see, maybe the classic ones, the 2D classic ones like Sonic 1, 2, and 3. But sprinkled in there because those are games you can kind of beat in like a night type of thing. But yeah, just to give you guys like a general roadmap of where the channel's going, like that's what we got ahead of us. But then we're going to start throwing in, like, if it's not Sonic, like I just said, I really want to play Xenogears. Want to finish that. I really want to play Vagrant Story. Never played it before other than just the opening. We got to go back and finish Parasite Eve. We got to go and finish a lot of other games I've never even touched before. So, like, the goal isn't to just constantly revolve around Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, and blah, 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 blah. The goal is those are going to be our anchor games, our baseline, like what we're good at, like what we enjoy. That's personally for me, that's my baseline over here. But I do want to get to a point where we start breaking through to things we've never done before. I will use Vagrant Story as a grand example. We know it's a great game. I've never played that before. It'd be great to get some first reactions out of that. I want to play things where I get a first time reaction because a lot of these things I've already had reactions to. So it'd be good to get some first time reactions. Because I'll be serious. So like there are some times where I'm like, man, it'd probably be beneficial for me to do some first playthroughs of things I've never played. Would you ever consider Star Fox or the Lunar Story games? I mean, I've done. The problem is with that question, War Dog, is I've played Star Fox 64. I've played Star Fox Adventure. I'd be willing to do Star Fox Adventure with the dinosaurs, but I know people shit on the dinosaur game, but I actually don't like the Star Fox games when you're flying around in a ship the whole time. I mean, I'd be willing to do it for the sake of doing it cuz yeah, it's easy to play and beat, but like I want Star Fox like Dinosaur Adventure Planet Star Fox, like when they made it like a Legend of Zelda game basically. Star Fox Adventures was the shit cuz it was basically a Zelda game except with Star Fox. So like, and no offense, but like the new game that's coming out is just a remake of the first, like the same game over and over and over again. So it's like if I felt that way about the N64 version, which again, I'm not talking shit about it. Like it's fun, like I like it, like I do like it, but I'm just saying like I'm not hanging my hat on Star Fox when it's got 4 games that are exactly the same with a dinosaur game. Like if I was going to play any of the Star Fox games, I'd play the Dinosaur Planet one. And actually I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to play that one, but like I'm not over here going, "Oh my gosh, I need to play Star Fox." Like you know what I mean? It never really got me like that. Not to talk down on it. It just never hit me like that. Like, oh man, I need that in my life. Now if we're talking the Dinosaur Planet one, no, for that one, oh, I do need that in my life. I do need Dinosaur Planet in my life. Yeah, they remastered it on Steam. Oh, okay. Have you done the Xenosagas? No. No, I've not done the Xenosagas. I remember you bringing those up. I'll have to look into them. Cuz there's some games I'm going to have to meditate on and look into because I'll be real. I thought I was going to like the Nier games, for example. I liked Nier Replicant, don't get me wrong. But now it's like after I beat it the first time, it's one of those, would I go back and play it again? Like actively go back and play it again? Probably not. I really only like that game from like the midpoint onward. I won't spoil it, but I really like that game when it goes through the midpoint onward for those that know what I mean. And then for Nier Automata, I mean, I kind of got through the first like 3 or 4 hours of the game, but it just never really I never got excited. I never really got excited like, "Oh man." So it's like, but the thing is, the reason I'm bringing this example up is sometimes when I look into games that like someone says, oh, this will be really good, and then I look into it and I just play it, I'll be like, ah, man, this isn't really hitting me the way I thought it would or the way they even thought it would. So when I think about Xenosaga, like I'm just saying to myself, I'm going to look into them and see what they're about. But that's why I want to look into them. Is so I don't kind of run into the same problem I had with the Nier games where I'm like, ah, man, this just isn't my slice of pie. But who knows? I mean, that might be the opposite. I might love it. It's the same with everything. I just want to make sure that we don't get into a scenario where I'm playing something on stream that I'm like, I don't want to be playing this. Or I think this is boring or something. Which, I mean, I know you guys can understand. It's the typical scenario of just making sure you avoid things that are boring to you kind of thing. That's clear. No, yeah, that's a very good point. I know the Xenoblade Chronicle games are apparently the shit. I've never heard anyone talking shit about Xenoblade. Don't know why. It's the 4th remake, bro. Not even the fan of the Star Fox games, and I'm disappointed. It better be close to FF7 remake than a normal remake. Yeah. I think Star Fox. I like what they did with the graphical designs. I know there's a lot of people that are like, ew, they're doing like ultra realism. But I look at it this way. Mario has looked like the same Mario for like 20 years. And a lot of the characters in a lot of these games have looked like the exact same characters for the last like 20 years. And not to shit on Nintendo, but it's like, to some degree, it's like, I want them to make a Star Fox game where the Star Fox characters look like how they do right now, because here's why. This gives them the elbow room to step out of the sitting around and making the exact same characters that look the exact same for the last 20 years shit. It's not that, like, I want them to change their formula necessarily, but, like, I look at it like this is kind of exciting because I'm thinking about, you know, Zelda and, you know, Metroid Prime and F-Zero, maybe even like other cool Nintendo characters that aren't even considered in the lineup that I'm talking about. But imagine if they made a Zelda game at the fidelity that they just made the Fox game. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm kind of encouraging them to go into that direction, because here's the thing. If they keep making artsy-fartsy characters and cartoony characters forever, then there's no point for them to continue to, like, improve their system functionality. And somebody would be like, well, Yorelai, well, why? Why would they, why wouldn't they? Because there's, when you're doing stylized cartoony graphics, there comes a point where if you're not going to like increase the fidelity or the graphics or sharpness or details of your animation, if you will, or your stylized graphics, then it turns into like a, I wouldn't pay for the upgrade in hardware if the output is going to be the same as the previous generation. In other words, back when the PlayStation 2 and the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 came out, let's be honest, guys, when we went to the store to go buy an Xbox 360 or a PlayStation 3, we bought it because we knew we were buying something where the graphics were going to be fucking amazing. We knew we were leaving Polygon land and we were going into like high definition. So when I look at Nintendo, it's like, all right, guys, like you haven't really had like a graphical step up since like the GameCube. Because sure, GameCube to Wii, yeah, I guess you had a little bit of a step up. Wii to Switch, yeah, I guess you had a small step up. You know, but it was always like little bite-sized pieces at a time, and since everything was always cartoony, it was never really like, gee, this is like a huge marvelous improvement. Like when you're comparing it to its rivals, the PlayStation and the Xbox and PC gaming, it's like, a drop in the bucket. Like, oh, you guys added like lighting and shaders and stuff. Man, like, we did that back in 2008, guys. Come on. So I feel like right now what they're doing is like, okay, fine, fuck it. Like we're gonna update our system so we can handle Final Fantasy VII. We can make a Star Fox game with high res definition characters. I think that's good. I think from a marketing and sales standpoint, that's good because you know what? It tells me that the Nintendo Switch is something different. Because what I've been sitting here these past several months saying to myself is, well, what makes the Switch 2 special? Why does it even matter? But now that I've seen what I've seen with Final Fantasy VII playing on it, and then even now with the Star Fox game, I'll be honest, guys, they got my attention. They actually really do. Like I'm like, damn, I might get a Switch too if they release a Zelda game to my liking that like actually like is on par with what this system's about to deliver. Without thinking about it, I will go and get one. But I want them to move in that direction. I really want them to move in that direction. True. I was at the store with my girlfriend the other day. Well, not even the other day. We were at the store yesterday at Best Buy. And they were on the shelf for actually, in my opinion, good prices. They were on the shelf for good prices. Her and I were looking at some stuff cuz she wants to possibly get a tablet for doing artwork. She does really good artwork. She's a great artist. Actually, I got her artwork right here. She made me this. And then she also made me this. I have to hang these up, but they're right here. And then I also got some on the wall already. She's a really, really good artist. Um, I got my other ones up there. Here, I'll take this one off. She painted those. Yeah. Yeah, no, she does a very good job. So, but she's wanting to get a tablet, like iPad tablet, um with Procreate and all the stuff on it because she wants to get into doing like digital artwork and stuff like that. So we were at Best Buy the other day looking at stuff like that. Um and we were discussing what she wanted to get, and we kind of passed by the Nintendo Switches, and I saw them, and I saw like the normal ones like 499, so it's like $500, and then the other one that's, I think the digital one was like 399, and I was like, that's not very bad. That's not bad. Compared to the PlayStation's fucking $1,000 for a PS5. When the PlayStation 5, I hate saying it, but the PlayStation 5 is kind of an embarrassment. Like, it's just, it doesn't even really have anything. Like, I don't know, man. The PlayStation 5 is kind of an embarrassment. But, jeez, sorry, I got the shivers there for a second. But I personally think there's some really good things ahead coming out for the channel and opportunities that we got to play some of these games. But again, I really hope Nintendo actually kind of continues down the path of what they're doing with like the um with the graphics and everything. I think if we can get a Zelda game that's on par with the graphic fidelity of like what we saw in the Star Fox trailer, I'd be more than excited to get involved. Yeah. I mean, really for me, it's only Nintendo, really. Nintendo's really the only console that like unless if they kind of break and make it so they can make their games for PC, which I'll be honest, I really don't know why Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo don't do that already, because like the expansion they could have on their sales would be phenomenal. But the problem is like making proper PC ports or games that function on PC, maybe that's kind of where they suffer, and that's not like they just can't do it, I guess. I don't know. I don't want to make excuses for them, but if I was an executive in Nintendo, I would say, guys, I think we're missing out on a huge share of like investments that could be made by having our product on the internet. You don't want to put it on Steam? Fine. Make an online Nintendo store where it functions like Steam, but it's under the Nintendo brand, and you can buy the games under the Nintendo brand and play them on the Nintendo launcher, no different than you would on Steam or Epic or whatever. And they could make like fuck tons of money. And it's like, oh, if you want to play on the Nintendo launcher, like, fine. If you guys are so worried about your controller shit, fine. Then, like, make it so, like, you have to at least go to a store and get a Nintendo controller. And I'm sure people would be like, all right, fine. I'm willing to fork up some money to go get a Nintendo controller to go play my Nintendo games. You know, I don't think people would care. In fact, I think people would be willing to do that. Like, there's just so many opportunities for Nintendo to make a great amount of money, and they just, in my personal opinion, they make very close-minded decisions. I burned my bridges with Nintendo. Sony was doing it for a bit, but in the rare occasion that I defend Nintendo, Nintendo is a video game company. That's all they have going for them. Sony and Microsoft are much more than that. That's very true. Yeah, they really do. Sony and Microsoft have tons going on outside of the video gaming sphere, and a lot of people forget that sometimes. Like, so, yeah. I don't know. I think Nintendo kind of missed the train back. I think they were keeping up in the N64 and GameCube days. I think they were kind of on par, but I think they missed the train after that point. Like, once we got to the PS3 and Xbox 360 era, don't get me wrong, like the Wii had its own. I remember a time when almost every family had a fucking Wii in their household because everyone could lost their minds over Wii Fitness and couldn't stop. But I personally think once it came to the point like in 2010s moving onward and we started getting into the era of like uh you know Sony and Sony and Xbox kind of marrying the internet and doing whatever they could to kind of link up with PC and do all that. They missed the train and instead decided to be all like, look at, we're so amazing in our own little bubble of Mario and the same shit we've released over and over and over again. And it's like in the last, like, I'd like to say in the last 3 years, they finally cracked and realized, shit, we need to start like kind of absorbing some games and like putting out more stuff. Like people are getting tired of just Zelda, Donkey Kong, and Mario over and over again. That's why Nintendo is so close knit with their IP, because it forces people to buy their product. Their IP and their consoles are their main bread and butter. And they know that their IP will make people buy their consoles, so that they just rake in the money with that. They will more than likely lose more money if they share their IP more than they do. Yeah, I mean, I get that, especially since it's very family friendly. So for them, it's almost like an easy win to like say, here's a product that could become available to you and your family. No, I think that's it's very toxic reasoning. It's very toxic. I agree. It's definitely, from a business standpoint, it's not, I don't look at that as good business. I look at, when you're doing business in a specific market, if you close off or alienate a certain group of people in that market that could be potential buyers that are definitely interested in your product, I think you're practicing poor business. Don't get me wrong, in some circumstances, I think it's like one of those, oh, but it would cost us tons of billions and millions to do this one little thing that might get us a return on investment of like maybe couple $100. I get that. You don't want to build, because like for instance, you don't want to build submarines for people who like they just want a car, you know? Like, oh, we got this whole lot of submarines here. It's like, well, no one asked for that. Like, we don't want submarines. We want like a car, you know? I think Nintendo missed the boat though. I really think if they kind of went back and did something where they you know, really considered having an online store, that would be great. But I think they're so arrogantly like, it's like one of those, they got their head up their own ass and they're just like doing the whole, no one's as good as us. Like, you guys are like, they're definitely gonna buy our product if we just hold like these IPs hostage. And to some people, that's the case. Makes sense. I mean, I get it. I submit to that crowd because I like that they have the Zelda games, and I don't like to really emulate them if I don't have to, when I could do it properly on a Nintendo Switch and in a way that's accessible, easy to do, and nice. It's just all in one spot. Um, but some people are like, they don't care about Zelda, they don't care about Mario or all these other things. So to them, they're just kind of like, they're like, I couldn't give, less of a shit. Um, so I get it, but I do think it's very toxic business practice, because I think it would be just as easy to open a Nintendo store for PC users, and then, if they wanted to be real scumbags, you could make it so you pay like $10 a month or some shit, and you can get access to certain amount of the Nintendo games that you can just like stream on your PC. But for newer titles like Zelda or whatever, you'd have to buy them and download them and keep them in your library. And then, but once they're in your library, they're there. It's like Steam, they're there forever. And then you can just play it. But if they wanted to be real scummy, they could be like, well, since we can't use our features on PlayStation controller or Microsoft, you'll have to go and buy the Nintendo PC controller, which, you can find the link right here and either get it mailed to you or go to one of our local retailers. And, all it would be is just a Nintendo controller with a wire that can either do wireless Bluetooth or USB, wired USB. And I just sit here and I'm like, if you, I don't understand, like, they're willing to do all this extra other shit with their hardware, but all they have to do is basically just make a controller that you can use with the PC and then a store software that doesn't have to be no different than the Nintendo shop they already have on the Switch, and you're done. you know? And boom, you just opened up the market to like 60 to 70% potential more revenue that you could get that doesn't cause you to have to sacrifice your console, because guess what? Your console is only $400 to $500, which the typical mom and dad are probably going to buy that over the, I don't know, $2,000 PC that you have to set up to do all that extra other shit. So it's kind of like, I get it if it was like a threat to their console basis. Like, I'll put it this way. Sony and Xbox have more of a threat to their console basis because people are like, well, at that price, I could just go get a PC. But Nintendo Switch is still in the beautiful price range of being like just a couple $100, well, I say couple, just, $400 to $500, which is where it's always been. So the consumer says to themselves, man, you know, I love this. I can just go here and, every 6 years or so, go and just buy another Nintendo that I saved up for. And, my family's good for several years and they love this shit. And it's easy and it's affordable. So that's kind of why, like, like I said, if I was an executive at their company, the argument I would have in this circumstance is it's a win-win. The consumer that can only afford and desires to only afford the console can still do so, and the consumers that have the ability to play the games on PC and desire to do so can also do so under the pretense of A, being a Nintendo Store member, B, having a Nintendo controller, which I don't think I would literally, I would do that. I would go and get a 40, if I wanted a Nintendo controller, I would go get the $40 to $80 controller, whatever it is, if it was on PC. Um, and I mean, the only thing they would have to do, though, is they would have to be willing and able to make it so the games could be played with keyboard and mouse, which that would be up to them on how they would figure that out, which I don't think would be very hard. They wouldn't need to use the mouse that much. It would just be no shit, just ASDW with the space bar for jumping and then a couple keys that act as like the AB buttons. I mean, they do the same shit already on their damn, you know, their damn controllers, and then you could just make the mouse buttons the left and right bumpers, and I could go on. There's a million ways you could do mouse and keyboard and make it work. And since they already do like the swaying mobility switch stuff with the motion sensing, well, that's what the mouse is for, and the mouse can do that. So I just, again, if I was sitting in a room with executives, I'd be like, the only reason you guys aren't doing this is because you're being assholes, and I don't like it. Because I was like, I could sit here and I could bet money that their revenue would expand by probably 50 to 6, no. All right, I'll be gracious. 30 to 35% bare minimum year over year if they opened their market up to PC via a Nintendo shop store, similar to how Steam would function. Year over year, they'd make 30 to 35% more in revenue, and they would also have an expanded customer base, which that would be the bare minimum. If it went well, that number would only increase because it would become popular and other people would use the service. So, I won't ramble anymore, but I'm just saying, I wish I could be a fly in the wall. Because I would fucking talk their ears off about that stupid ass shit. They've been doing this for fucking 20 years, guys. Ever since the GameCube came out, they had just shut down and imploded into themselves. Anyway, I rambled on long enough. You guys got me into like 6 different rambles when I was trying to get off like 3.5 hours ago. Well, wait, 2.5 hours ago. So I appreciate the rambles because they've been fun. But this all fucking started with me trying to explain why Titus was talking to Lulu, and then it turned into me rambling about Minwoo, which led into rambling about Xenos, which led into rambling about like Titus again, which led into rambling about The Legend of Zelda, which led into rambling about Nintendo, and here we are. So, you know, it is time for this young man to lay down and to go to bed. Anyway, I had fun with you guys. You guys have been great. Night Strife, Night War Dog, Night Sir Heck, Night Mama, little Mama baby. You there if you're still there. And Night to Hacks and all those other folks, Irish, everyone who was here earlier, Legend Reborn, so on and so forth. Everybody who stopped in tonight. You guys have a wonderful night. I love it. Appreciate it. You guys have been great. We're going to go host out Mr. Crane. I know him and Suna are doing a subathon. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming a lot this week, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. I got a lot going on, and I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this Resident Evil stuff because we're already into Final Fantasy X, but I'm still shipping out Resident Evil content, which is good. I think it's good, and I like that we're a game ahead because I think it should be that way. So there's not constantly this panic of, oh shit, I just did this, now I have to cut it all up in the next 2 days. Like, I like that I still have other stuff I can cut up and work through. I think that's a good thing. So, anyway, I'm still shipping out Resident Evil stuff. Once I get all the Resident Evil stuff, shipped out, I will go into working on Final Fantasy X. So don't expect the Final Fantasy X stuff to just come out tomorrow or this week type of thing. We'll have to work through the Resident Evil stuff first. As for streaming this week, I don't know. I kind of got to figure out what my schedule is going to be over the next couple weeks because the summer semester starts up on the 18th, which is 6 days from now. And I also got a wedding I got to attend and some other stuff. So I'm really trying to figure out how to keep the ball rolling with some of the content because I know Final Fantasy X can be kind of long-winded a bit, and I don't want to drag it out. I want to try to keep streaming like 2 days a week if I can help it. But at the same time with Final Fantasy X, if the next stream, what we would have to do is I would want to get to like unlocking like Ixion, which is a lot. I think if we started the next stream and we got Ifrit, moving into Luca, moving into the Highlands, moving into that one fight, moving into getting Ixion. If we move pretty quickly, that could be like the midway point of the stream. But then after that, just boom, 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 and keep going. Because I think the end goal would be like trying to get to Guadasalam or the Thunder Plains or the forest of Macalania as quickly as possible. At least on the second stream, wherever I end up in that area, because I think being successful with Final Fantasy X is going to require getting to the end game pretty quickly, because a core amount of the main gameplay that is going to be exciting to see is going to be in the end game once we get like the airship. and doing some of the end game stuff. So I really want to push through Final Fantasy X efficiently. So I'll be keeping you guys up to date, but I'm sorry I don't have like a stream schedule that makes sense. Like I'm not doing every Tuesday or Thursday type of thing. I hate that we don't have that set up right now, but it's just my schedule and things I'm doing right now is just so it is just so muddy right now with things going on that I really don't know what that's going to look like. So I'm not just trying to put things out there. I'm kind of doing like a when and whenever I can kind of thing. So I hate saying it, but just keep an eye out for any pings. I'll be live when I can be live, but my goal is bare minimum 2 days a week, Monday through Friday. I'm not, well, more like Monday through Thursday. I'm not doing weekends for the foreseeable future because on the weekends is usually when I spend time with like my girlfriend and stuff, and we go and hang out and spend time with her family as well and do things which I enjoy doing. But it's either going to be like Monday, Wednesday, or Tuesday, Thursday, or, you know, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, one of those combinations of days. But the schedule is going to end up somewhere into being like Mondays through Thursdays. I just haven't nailed down which of those days is going to be, you know, which. So anyway, I noticed that you guys said that he's AFK. Is he like AFK for the night or like gone to the bathroom type of thing? Oh, it says that well, either way, he's the only ones that's streaming. I don't mind if he misses me or whatever. I'll just send him like a hey, I know you're away message. I'm heading to bed, you know, have a good one type of thing. Anyway, we're gonna head over to Cranes. You guys take it easy. It was a fucking awesome time tonight. I'm looking forward to hanging out more. And since moving over to Kick, it has been really fun. I've really loved the good vibes that we've been having over here. It's been great vibes. So, anyways, much love, everybody. Bye, Hack. Bye, everybody. You guys have a good one, and I will catch you guys when I can. All right, peace.